We're not live yet, but like, you know, teehee.
Yeah, starting soon.
Yeah. No, we don't have a starting screen. Starting soon screen. We're doing it immediately. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. I'm actually, you know what? I don't even know. Oh shit, are we live? Wait, I think we're live.
We're live, hello.
Oh, okay,
You
shit.
just said you didn't have a starting soon screen.
Yeah, but like YouTube has this thing where you need to put like start. You need to manually press start live for it to start live. Like when you press on OBS that to start streaming, it doesn't actually start streaming until you say so. Hello chat. Hello chat. Yeah, that was sudden. Yeah, very sorry. It's Rima's fault.
No, it's
She was like turbo late.
fault.
No, it's like she was like turbo late. So like you know.
I needed hot coffee for this.
Man, I don't even have anything. But hey.
Yeah, you have these 2 bottles. One of them is broken though.
Yeah, true. Yam over here.
The table.
Yam has
I
iced
got my
tea.
tea.
Yep.
I got my
Yeah.
tea. It
Yep.
is morning
yours,
for me.
yours look a little cold. It's got ices in there. Ice cubes.
That's the way Americans like it.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is
I really
true.
love when somebody serves me a cup of like coffee or tea in those little plates, and I feel like a proper lady with
Damn.
the
Yes.
little spoon and stuff.
Damn.
Mhm.
These guys are fancy. They don't know what it's like, man. Tea here is like served on a fucking ceramic or wooden cup, like without even the handles and stuff. It's like
Oh,
super
that's
scuffed.
cute though.
Is it? It's kind of weird because it's like it's hot sometimes and you have to take care not to burn yourself. It's like super. It's
Oh.
like it's like the opposite of what Americans and what no, not the Americans, the British, the Brits, the
I see.
the Brits. Anyway, hello chat. That was pretty sudden. Hey chat. So, very sorry for the sudden thing here. I wasn't able to put up a waiting screen because I accidentally pressed start streaming without putting on the waiting screen. The waiting screen. So, you already know who I am. You already know who Rima is. But right now, we are going to talk about VTuber agencies and we have a guest, Yam. So, Yam, let's tell chat a bit about yourself.
Okay. My name is Yam Albat. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Yam Albat. I have been a VTuber for 4 years. I mainly talk about character design and VTuber culture on my own channel. Most recently, I uploaded a video talking about red flags in VTuber agencies that my friends and I kind of compiled because we've all joined agencies and have experienced some not so fun things. I have personally worked as a creative director for one agency very briefly. Then I was a pre-debut talent in another agency, and most recently I have worked as a manager for another agency. Yeah, that's more or less my background.
Yeah.
It's nice. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so
Nice.
suffice to say.
Yam is good at this.
Yeah, suffice to say, brothers. Yam has been around the block. She's been around. She's like more experienced than me and Rima when it comes to like being actually in VTuber agencies. So that's the reason why I wanted her in for this episode of. I don't even know if this is going to be an official podcast at this point. Rima, what do you think of what we have right now? Is this like an
I feel
actual
like we
podcast now?
basically have a weekly podcast at this point because we've been collabing so much.
Yeah, true. So again, the reason why we had Yam in here is because she's very much qualified and she's seen and done and heard of some shit. So a lot of the stuff she's more, you know, her words were in when she talks about VTuber agencies and the culture and the stuff that happens in there, her words have a lot more weight. Keep the VOD, please, of course. Before we start, I'd like to address some members. Thank you, Mekana's Golden Gear and Cheeps for joining memberships. Again, chat, if you have questions, I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to address all of them. But I'm not saying that you should throw me money to for me to read your stuff, but it's just that it helps. It helps. But every like segment or so, every couple minutes, we're going to stop and read some questions just in case you have a lot of questions for Yam. Because again, some someone that's actually qualified and someone that's experienced shit, she's going to be interesting to have. So I guess let's start talking about the recent stuff that's happening recently. Yeah, Yam, are you aware of the Nijisanji contract leaks?
Yes, I have done my studying. I have almost finished the live stream of what is his name? Legal Mindset.
Yeah.
But I also have in front of me a summary of everything because
Okay.
yeah.
So
Oof.
is it okay? Obviously, without outing the agencies that you've worked for, is it worse or similar, or is it like is it standard to what you've seen? Not that we're gonna excuse it, but it's like Mm-hmm.
It's definitely worse than any contract I have ever seen.
Oh.
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 And you've seen
Yeah.
And you've been in some
Some
bad places.
Wait, really? I wasn't
Mhm.
expecting you to say that. Oh my god.
It is definitely worse. Specifically, like we can ask you to relocate anywhere. I've never seen that. The whole, like you have to do what I say or we dock your pay. That kind of stuff. That I've never seen that.
Yeah, that is slavery. What the hell?
The right to skinwalk on other people's accounts. I've never seen that either.
Holy shit.
This is far worse than anything I've ever seen, and I have worked for some red
My
flag
God.
agencies.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I will say, however, some things that people are surprised about, like the whole, like, it only outlines what you have to do for the agency. It doesn't say anything that the agency is going to do for you.
Yeah, that's normal.
super common. That's
Oh.
Yeah,
very
that's
normal.
common. Yeah, yeah.
Especially in Asian companies, they really just outline what the talents have to do for them, and they expect the monetary gain and the audience share to be enough for you. They also typically have very harsh penalties in their contracts, like termination terms. Sometimes it's very common for you to have to pay, if you are terminated, a penalty, a monetary penalty, if you are terminated, and not getting to keep your character, or even if it's like your own IP, that's very common if you are terminated. So that kind of stuff in the contract I wasn't surprised about, but there's definitely some very strange things that I have never seen from the Niji Sanji contract.
Oh? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about Article 18 and Article 19, where they basically say that the agency isn't gonna guarantee you anything. They won't even help you settle disputes with outside parties. They're not gonna help you anything. Is that like common from your experience, or?
That is common from my experience, yes.
Oh.
Not that I think it's good.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I have just seen it before.
It's standard, like it's industry standard. It's just that it's there. Jesus.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
if you had to say, obviously, in your opinion, is Nijisanji a quote-unquote black agency, a black company? Because there's a lot of discussion around people, right, where a lot of people think that it's bad enough to deserve being warrant being called a black company, and others who think so. What about you? I mean, not to put you on the spot or anything. It's just that I really, again, your words do have a lot of weight. So I just wanted to know your thoughts.
I personally believe that some of the things that everyone is saying they're a black company for don't qualify. However, the clauses that make it so you can't leave right away, and the fact that you have to listen to any superior no matter what they're saying, I would say that definitely has a potential to become an abusive situation very quickly. And if it is an abusive situation, I would call that a black company.
Oh,
Wow.
shit.
Wow.
Yeah, because when you boil down a lot, well, not necessarily boil down, but when you look at the greater scheme of how the company or how the contract is structured, it really does it's like abuse, power tripping, and like cliques can easily form around a contract like that. It's actually pretty hard. That's why, that's what really ticked me off, is because the terms in this contract can easily simulate an environment where it's very unhealthy for like a lot of people unless you're like the top 10 or something. It's pretty hard. Even if you're part of the top 10, you might still suffer a lot of shit that not a lot of people might suffer.
Yeah, I would definitely say that even though the majority of contracts I've laid my eyes on would make the public upset if they knew the terms their favorite VTubers were getting, I've never seen a contract that facilitates such an abusive, like the potential for abuse that Niji Sanji has facilitated. I'm not saying everyone in Niji Sanji is getting abused, but it definitely facilitates the prospect of making the work environment incredibly abusive for someone who either gets in trouble or is forced into doing something they don't want to do and can't get out right away. That would definitely be an abusive situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess a lot of people have a lot of people have questions for you. Tinkerlin
Okay.
asks, "Tell me that Article 23 isn't standard." So Article 23, just to remind you, chat, and to explain to you guys again, is Article 23 was the fact that you have to sign within 14 days, or otherwise you have to address any issues that you have with a contract in 14 days, or else it's automatically accepted. And any action that you do is like automatically accepted too. Is that something that's not very common in your experience?
The second part I have never seen. It's automatically valid if you don't do anything. However, it is quite standard to have a we need to settle this contract in X amount of days. The second part, however, that's not standard at all.
So like,
the
oh sorry.
The first part is more like here's how long you've got to like talk this over with your lawyer type thing. And that can be totally fine. Again, assuming you have a lawyer to give you kind of a deadline. But if you don't do anything, this is legally binding, that's terrifying.
Oh yeah, the auto accept thing. No, that's not you've never seen an auto accept
No,
mechanic
I've never
ever.
seen that.
Holy fuck! So
Ever.
it's only Niji Sanji that probably has
Auto
that.
accept mechanic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think a lot of stuff is not enforceable. Like I found like an article that the headline is "Former Idol, a worker not liable for penalty for leaving group." Basically, his contract had like you're not allowed to leave without the consent of our management, and he left the contract. So his company, his idol company, like sued him, and the court of law finally ruled in his favor, saying that they were not liable to sue. He's not liable to being sued. He got a compensation from the company because he said the way they worked, they made him work for them, was made him look like a salaried worker. He worked under the labor standards law, so he was allowed to leave whenever he wanted. So I think I have a feeling that a lot of this contract is actually not enforceable, not even in Japan. Not here and not in Japan.
Well, I guess that's one question that Greg D has, because I feel like a lot of the standards or a lot of the stuff that's in the contract is like typical to like Japanese business culture. So Greg D asks, is this a critique of Japanese business culture? Can we just turn this into an expose? Like,
I mean,
yeah, is it
Japanese
standard?
business culture is failing its population, and I do have my critiques of it. I mean, it's leading to more people being single in Japan. They have less birth rate. They're gonna have a problem with the population getting older soon, and most of it is due to overworking their employee. There's people dying of heart attacks because they're working too much, and the whole way that they reward over there, it's not how much you contribute to a company, but it's more so how long you've been there. So sometimes you'll spend your whole life working for a company, but when it comes to you need loyalty to your company, but now the mentality is slowly changing, because when there was mass layoffs due to economic recessions and stuff, the companies would tell their workers, well, it's not personal, this is for financial reasons. So now the workers, the young people, are also changing their mentality, and they're like, well, you know what? It's not personal the other way around. I can say that to the company too. It's not personal, and I want to move on to something else. And now people are not spending 30 years at the same corporation anymore, and they don't want to kill themselves working for a tech company. So I think the mentality is slowly changing, but I don't know if we'll see significant change in time.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, with the
I agree with Rima.
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I feel like as the stuff that gets around in the VTubing industry too gets exposed, and a lot of bad practices that results in like abuse or in a very negative situation for a lot of the talents, I feel like future VTuber agencies have to put that into consideration to make it so that the VTuber agencies that pop up during this time, they have to be like actually better now. I feel, because people are going to get more educated about what is happening, and when they see anything resembling the Nijisanji contract, they might not like it. So I feel like at the end of the day, I'm not saying that what's going on in Nijisanji is a good thing, but like, you know, it ultimately will help the agency when shit like this gets exposed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of other agencies that have already not taken a stand per se, but they've already shown a lot more transparency and good faith than Niji Sanji, and they didn't even have to compare themselves to Niji Sanji to do that. Like, for example, when Idol was like, well, you know, there's not a lot of transparency in the community. This is our cuts. Like, you know exactly what you're signing for when you're auditioning for Idol. I think that was great. That's a great move, and I feel like we're gonna see a lot more of that in the future.
I would hope so.
hmm
I would hope so.
I think a lot of Western agencies just adopted the standard business practices of the industry, not realizing they were kind of passing on the torch of toxic Japanese business culture into their own Western companies. They just were asking around, like, hey, what's standard for this industry? And not fully understanding why they're doing things the way they're doing. I feel like that was the case with a lot of smaller agencies that have either recently gone down or are currently going down. Because I feel like the business model Nijisanji has works in Japan because that's how business works in Japan, and that is very unfortunate. But in the West, if we see a contract like that, we're shocked and appalled, and we want justice for the livers. So I feel like a lot of English branches of Japanese companies, or you know, agencies based in the like East Asian countries that employ English-speaking VTubers, you might be shocked at the business practices that happen in those companies, because that's just the standard. But it's something that if the public saw, the Western public would see, they'd be shocked and expect better terms.
So like a cultural disconnect, not a cultural disconnect and a shock, right? Like it's like you're merging two different communities, two different cultures, and using this one standard to be the standard of this one. And I feel like that ultimately is a recipe for disaster, I feel like.
We are very individualistic in the West, and we value people's freedom of expression a lot more. So having like the VTuber just being treated like a character, like the original VTuber culture, I feel like was more like voice actors putting on an anime kayfabe and playing a company's character. Whereas in the West, we see it more like, oh, that is you. That is your online persona and you make it who it is. Like if you consider how Kizuna and I had multiple voice actors versus how we treat VTubers now in the West, like, oh, that's your model. That is you. That's just, you know, your webcam with extra steps, you know? I
Yeah.
hope I'm making sense.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a cultural disconnect from the tradition of VTubing and how we treat it in the West, which will explain a lot of the shock when we hear about these contracts.
Yeah. So, like the VTuber agencies that you've worked for, I guess I kind of just want to see, like, I don't know the status of some of them. I don't even know all of them, honestly. What are like the stuff that are like very common problems that you've seen in the industry, or not in the industry, in their practices and in their, especially like in the CEO's part? Like there has to be like at a certain point a common pitfall, or like, you know, maybe most CEOs are just like fucking harem wanna havers, right? Do you think how common do you think that is, or generally speaking, what are like pitfalls that you've seen in during your work days?
I would say the biggest pitfall is, yeah, thinking that starting a VTuber agency is a way to combat loneliness, and also like have anime girls surround you, like you said. And they believe, I think a lot of the times they believe, oh, I just have to pour in capital, get the artists to do the models, and then advertise the debut, and after the debut my work is done. That seems to be the attitude. And then they're shocked when people expect more from them past debut, unfortunately. So it's very much a okay, now that I have all these anime girls, we can just have fun and they can just play games and they can get me money by playing games, when they don't want to do their job beyond that. A lot of CEOs take a very absent, like, I'm gonna sit back kind of approach.
Like passive.
Meanwhile,
yeah.
yes, passive. Meanwhile, everyone's kind of scrambling to try and make good content for everyone. And typically from the agencies I've seen, it's usually just, you know, a very proud guy who's very stubborn, who just wanted to execute his vision for VTuber lore and characters, and once he feels like his lore and characters have been fulfilled through the debut, he feels like everyone else is ungrateful. Like, I gave you this model and I gave you this opportunity and you're still begging me for more stuff. Like, it's a very common attitude, and it's really unfortunate that we have seen a lot of agencies started by people who don't have business acumen, legal experience, and a vision beyond debut.
Yeah.
That's
I feel like
crazy. Do people actually think lore is that important? I feel
People
like it's
think lore is that
secondary to
important.
everything else.
you would think so,
What?
right? You would think so. Like a lot of
start with that.
like I think anybody who has been like at least very moderately experienced in the industry would think that lore is not that important. Nobody gives a fuck about lore. The concept
Yeah, no
is
one gives a fuck.
yeah, the concept is what's like more important. That's what reels people in, or not necessarily real. That's like one of the
mean-
factors. I mean, yeah, sorry.
I mean, not that much. Like, I feel like yes and no. Like,
Oh,
no. Like, I mean, the primary appeal to I don't know, like Mori Calliope, is it really that she's a Grim Reaper? No, not really.
Oh, yeah,
People
no.
go there because, you know, she's talented, she's got that kind of personality. Like, it's really secondary to everything else. And if you're like, oh, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna have like this kind of girl and this kind, like, I feel like they go in thinking that they're gonna make the Spice Girls, and I'm gonna have one character like this, I'm gonna have one character like this, and they want every character to be different than the other, but it doesn't work like that because there's a human piloting them, and it's got to fit with who they are. You can't just have this pre-made idea. It's not gonna work if you have a template.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
what I meant to say by like one of the factors when it comes to appeal is like you know, let's say you bump or you see a VTuber in Twitter, like someone you don't know. I feel like concept and what their model looks like is going to be the first appeal that, or like the first indicator in your head that you might want to check them out. That's primarily what I mean, you know. But yeah, no,
But
100%.
then I
yeah.
feel like people like Pikami, what's the appeal in her model, like her old model?
Oh man, it was cute. What do you mean? It's like cute, right?
No, I mean, yeah, she's cute, but it's cute also because like she's cute, like her personality is like that, so she made it work. But she didn't have the traditional like moe character.
I mean, I feel like you don't need that, honestly. You don't need to be like moe to be a good VTuber, in my opinion. But yeah, generally speaking, I just think that that's like that's really only one of the things that make it so that that's like the hook, right? That's just a one thing. It's not that important. I mean, it is kind of important, but that's not the main meat as to why people like their VTubers. But I think it is like one of the first indicators or the first things that'll reel them in. You know, like the hook. Yeah. But aside from that,
and I feel like the reason lore is so important to these guys is because, well, it could be a girl, but I've only seen guys. These CEOs, it's really that they want to have an anime world, and they want to basically write an anime for these VTubers, and I think they would be a lot happier if they were directing something like a visual novel rather than a VTuber agency.
A visual novel.
Fucking hell.
A dating simulator visual novel.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm serious. I really wish that they would leave the real people out of their projects. The actual VTubers are very often not the actual focus of their project.
That makes it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go.
It's really unfortunate because oftentimes you'll get like really hardworking VTubers with absolutely no resources, but because they're stuck there for a year, they're trying to make the best of it, and you'll end up with companies with a really good reputation on the outside, but it's all the talents doing. They're all just working really hard to have a good reputation themselves, and that's why you have like these mask slips off moments where it's like suddenly like, what? This agency isn't good. It was the talents who were trying to protect their own reputation for the year they're stuck there, trying to protect that facade of everyone being in a good place.
In a family.
In a family.
Yep,
yeah,
in a
because
family.
What those talents are hoping to do is they're hoping to turn this year into a bigger agency opportunity. A lot of agencies, like the higher credibility agencies, take from lower agencies at this point because they're looking for someone with agency work experience. So even if they're stuck in like the worst agency, they're still going to try and protect their reputation and make everything look good on the surface so that they can upgrade agencies essentially. That's a lot of the time.
How different would you say corporate VTuber work is different than indie VTuber? Like how do they differentiate?
Because at that,
okay.
at that, because you make it sound like it's basically just like them climbing up the corporate ladder. It seems like, right? Like, you know, it kind of is like that.
Hopping.
Yeah, job hopping. Yeah. Like you go from one random tech company from China into working for Google the next day, and Google is actually what you wanted, but you're going through the stuff that you're going through in China just to go there. It's like, yeah, what do you think?
I think there is a much bigger emphasis on showcasing skill. I think when indies are planning their streams, at least like me as an indie, when I'm planning my streams, I see my streams as a way to relax and unwind from my own job, you know? Whereas an agency VTuber looking to let's say, join Hololive next, he or she is going to be constantly working on cover songs, going into voice acting lessons, basically building their portfolio. They see this opportunity as a way to build their portfolio, more like high caliber streams.
I see.
They're learning ASMR, they're learning how to do karaoke, like not just like fun karaoke, but like good sounding karaoke. Because their agency won't pay for any covers to get mixed, so they're basically doing a lot of karaoke, so that they have a big portfolio to then use for an agency. So I would say that those girls are working way harder than most indie VTubers will. A lot of the time, they're being very strategic about what games they play and what they do on stream. They're working a lot harder to build that kayfabe, and they hide a lot more from their audience about their personal life. A lot of the time, not all the time, because they are trying to be as professional as possible. It's definitely a culture that is very admirable. These girls are all working hard, even if they are given almost nothing to assist them in that. And I very much admire the work ethic that.
But what about bigger indie VTubers? Because I feel like comparing corporate VTubers to like a smaller indie VTuber is not a good comparison. Like, let's say somebody that's like extremely busy, like Bao or Shy Lily. Would you say that their work is more comparable to a corporate VTuber? And if not, what would be the main differences in your opinion?
I would say the main difference between Bao and Shy Lily versus a VTuber stuck in a red flag agency that is lacking support is Bao and Shy Lily can hire people, and people stuck in a agency with lack of support are doing it all themselves, but have to pretend like the agency is helping them.
Yikes.
Oh, I see.
So they
can't even take credit for your own work.
Right. So I feel like a lot of the time, it's giving the facade of having a lot of people supporting you. Like if you think of Zion and how she talked about how her debut went, how she had to pay for everything herself, including the lore video. We all assumed, at least I assumed, that the lore video was provided by Nichi Sanji. There is definitely a culture of giving the facade that the agency is helping you, and it is keeping up that spectacle that is assumed an agency would have to maintain your reputation, even if you are getting no help. And I honestly think bigger indies are way better off because they can hire whoever they want. Whereas basically, someone stuck in an agency with lack of support will be like, hey, can you pay for this music video? And then they say no. And then the VTuber just has to do everything themselves. They have to find the artist themselves. And then they have to pay out of pocket for the artist. And then they have to find someone who does Adobe After Effects. Honestly, some of the agency VTubers I've talked to, a lot of them just learn how to do all of the mixing, all of the mastering, the music videos themselves, because they're like, well, my agency won't pay for it, so I have to learn this skill. And I'm just like, you'd actually be better off as an indie, because at least you could hire out.
Like the mastering isn't even that expensive. I work with a lot of musicians, and one of them hired like Taylor Swift, a guy who masters all of her thing, and it was like $200-300. It's not like $1,000 thing.
Yeah, well, I guess agencies just like to cheap out. Yeah, no, 100% I agree with Ram. Like at that point, right, you're basically just an indie, but with a corpo taking away like a part of your money, you know?
And
that's
freedom.
Like, yeah.
And
so
freedom.
It's like, it kind of doesn't actually make sense the more But
Mhm.
but again, at the same time, they're trying to protect their brand, so they kind of have to keep up the illusion, because
Yep.
Mhm.
breaking that illusion would mean a great deal to the fans. A lot of uncomfortable shit that gets exposed, right? Right? Man.
Yeah. The amount that these ladies put up with is something that I would not be able to do
No.
mentally.
I see.
I mean, it's just what's the point? I mean, even right now, like, I'm in I I have a deal with a marketing agency. They basically just bring me sponsors and take a cut out of it, which is fair, totally fair, I believe. But even the other day, they were like asking me for an invoice, and I was like, "What? Wait, why am I the one invoicing? I thought that was your job." You know, just the invoice part. I feel like I would have had delegated that to them. So my standards right off the bat are like I feel much higher than some people, and because I've had a lot of work experience. I've been working since I'm 16, like nonstop. So there's a lot of things that I'd be like, well, this is not up to industry standard. Like right off the bat, I'd be like, no, what's the point of me doing that? There's some things, of course, you accept because everything is a balance, but there's some other things. If the agency's not gonna do anything for you besides breathing down your neck, then what's the point?
Yeah, what's the
Yeah.
point indeed? Some people
Yeah.
some people just like a place to belong, I suppose. Some people are just
And
stuck
if
there.
it's just the initial payment of the VTuber model, we'll like save up some money because it's kind of like when they offer you to buy, you can purchase your phone all in one go and it's going to cost you like 2K, or you can pay it off on 2 years, but it's going to cost you way more. So it's kind of like the same kind of deal, except if you join a shitty agency, it's gonna end up costing you way more.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it boils down to what we talked about in your channel earlier, Rima, right? Like, people, like, the human brain are not primarily wired to think about long term. You know, they kind of just want to deal or fix with the problem that they currently have, and most people just, even if they spot or even if they identify that there's going to be problems in the future because of one decision, they're going to leave that to their future selves. That's why, like, problem solving and like planning for the future and actually thinking things through, that's a skill. That's something that you have to like actually hone in. But like, unfortunately, some of these like VTubers, they're not. It's not that they're not exactly smart, but like they're young. They're very inexperienced. They don't know primarily what they're signing up for and shit. It's kind of sad.
Because the main pro to joining an agency is that you're going into their ecosystem of like an already established fan base. So basically, they should be giving you a platform. For example, if I'm joining Niji Sanji, I might get some of Vox Akuma's like 2 million fans, or some of, I don't know, Elira's fan base. But if you're joining an agency that has 200 followers on Twitter and like no followers on YouTube, then what are you buying into? There's no ecosystem already in place. You're gonna have to build it from scratch. And then I'm just really curious to see the perks that they're offering. Of course, maybe they do have perks that are worth it, but I'd have to see those. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think the main appeal of joining an agency, and one that is like really hard to handle work culture wise, is it fast tracks your career. If you're a very career minded VTuber, joining an agency helps get you established. It helps you find sponsorships. It helps you, get a pre-established audience to know who you are. Whereas I feel like it takes an indie a lot longer to grow a brand. An agency VTuber is handed a brand.
Yep.
It is so. I feel like a lot of the time, it is more of a career jumpstart, or I am lonely and I want a friend group, and I highly discourage you from joining an agency if the reason you want to join an agency is because you aren't good at networking. Networking is a skill you can build as an indie. It just takes time. And joining an agency, you'll still have to network for yourself anyways. Your manager can help you with networking, of course. But at the end of the day, it's you who has to talk to that person on the collab your manager set up anyways. So, a lot of the times, I think you would be better off learning these skills as an indie and being patient growing your fan base. But some of my career-minded friends, they're still like, even if the agency sucks, I'm still joining because this is my dream career and I want it to be a career. I don't want it to be a hobby. Whereas I'm just like, oh, this is my hobby. I don't want anything to ruin it. So I'm gonna choose happiness over the horrible working conditions, and I'm just gonna be having fun as an indie. But also that's easy for me to say because I started as an artist, so I was able to make my own model. It can be really intimidating to acquire a high quality model as a aspiring indie VTuber, and then when you're like looking through how to do it, you're gonna see like auditions that say, "Oh, you get a high quality model through us," and you look at their lineup of talents, and all their models look great. So you're like, "Oh, okay, well that's easier than trying to figure out this process myself." That's a lot of the time I feel like people join an agency either because they're very career-minded or because starting as an indie is too daunting.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think my advice is just to start with like a PNG model, like Nuzagi has, or just find somebody cheap. I mean, I get it. Like even for me, when I first started, like that $300 that I put in my model, that was a huge amount for me. Like I was a broke. So I get that. I get that it's a daunting process.
Jesus. Yeah, no, 100%. Hold on. I do have one other question regarding that, but let me just read off some super chats, okay? Some of them have questions.
Okay.
Gregoria Wiria Yuan, thanks for the super chats. That's some CCs, by the way. ID student in Taiwan here. Hi. Tharja ABW. Okay, can we legally put Niji Sanji on the Black Company Wikipedia page, right? No arguments. That would be up to Wikipedia, Tharja. Sentai.
Apparently, you need to be like a contributor.
Yeah, or I don't know. Actually, you know what? I don't even know what the process is in for like Wikipedia. I don't know if they hire like actually, qualified people to do that shit. But you know what? I trust them. Wikipedia has never failed me before, so I don't see a reason why I should doubt them. Sentai asks. Oh, not sorry. Sentai sent a super chat. Not just for VTubers, but international talent management for online entertainment is in desperate need of legal protections for workers and oversight. I mean, I feel like Yam also kind of knows this, right? But like in a VTuber setting, the only real thing that a VTuber agency can give you is like in the instant clout, like the eyes. That's it. I feel like that's really the only thing that they can offer you, if that at all, because it depends on the size of the agency. But aside from that, like we've seen that from the Niji Sanji contract, they literally don't outright say that they'll give you anything, aside from the $1,300 that they'll give you, and that's only conditional. That's only if they deem you worthy or if it's necessary, but they don't guarantee you anything.
There's also like the endorsement though, like joining VShojo, you got the VShojo name standing behind you. It's a token of endorsement too, that I think a lot of people are not mentioning. People are like, oh, they're joining Niji Sanji for clout. I don't know if clout is the right word. Like Niji Sanji is still, it's as loved as Hololive in Japan. Like it's huge. It's on billboards. It's on buses. It's like people, and every day they know about Niji Sanji.
They want
it's
to
like
be
working for Apple.
So they want to be like. You think they want to be like out there, or like
it's you have that on your CV. It's huge. But the thing is, they don't let you put it on your CV. They don't let, after you leave, they don't let you talk about it. You can't even say that you work there. That's the problem.
I see. Gregoria Wiria, Yuana again, thanks for the super chat. This is a question for you, Yam. That
Mhm.
Niji contract can't legally exist in Taiwan. Let me tell you that. Are there usually any natural disaster pay terms in JP Corps that you worked for?
Natural
Yeah,
disaster
like
pay.
like like payment terms that are
Yeah.
absolutely wild, even in JP.
Oh, no, actually, I haven't seen anything myself below 50/50, but I had a friend who worked
Oh,
for an agency that was below 50/50.
oh,
Um, yeah, she was, um, not from a country I'm familiar with economically. So I feel like VTubers in other countries get like a lower pay split because it's the only agency that supports their language. And that's why I really hope that some of the better corps branch out into more global markets to kind of support other VTuber markets from lesser known countries.
we'd hope so. That's going to
Yeah.
be that in the near future. We can only really hope, honestly, because I feel like every VTuber agent, not every, like a lot of them just wants to play it safe at this point. I feel like nobody's really actually making big strides. I mean, I guess aside from Idol doing Idol ES, but even then, I imagine them branching out into Idol ES is not easy. I feel like they
That's
had
gonna be lit.
yeah, that's gonna be like absolutely not necessarily disastrous, but there's going to be a
No,
lot of
it's gonna be.
drama.
No,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. I don't care about the drama. I'm saying that's like an extremely good business move, and I
Oh,
can't wait for it to happen.
yeah. No,
The
100%.
the
Oh,
Latin and Spanish fan base are the biggest supporters of everything. I don't know. Every time I've seen a community there, they always support their content creators, their idols. They're just so good at supporting whoever they like. I think it's a really good market to unlock, and I'm surprised no one has done it yet.
I
yeah.
agree. I think the only reason the perception is it's like, oh, it's so dramatic and stuff is because drama is the only thing we see go
Mm-hmm.
beyond their community.
Hmm.
Because it's big enough to go beyond their community. We're not hearing about all the W's, we're only hearing about the L's.
Yeah, that is
Mm-hmm.
true. Yeah, that is true. Mm-hmm. Um.
And I think having a ES branch would lift up the entire community as a more viable market and even help the indies in the Espanol community.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
Yeah. Even if there is going to be some drama or management disasters behind the scenes, I feel like ultimately that's still a good thing for the VTubing as a whole, right? Like in terms of the industry. Like no matter
yeah.
what happens, it's going to be generally a W, like an absolute W. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Greg D says Corpo should event sponsorships, support, etc. You'd think so, right? One would think that corporations like VTuber agencies will actually be the ones managing events and sponsorships and actually provide support. But Iniji, no, at least not in the
Well,
contract.
it from the like manager's perspective, if you have too many talents under your belt, finding sponsorships for all of them, I would say like putting together a portfolio for your talent and then reaching out to sponsorships already takes a lot of your time that week. And if you're doing that for 10 plus talents, it's gonna be too much. You're gonna have to focus
Yeah.
on certain talents. So it really depends on the talent to manager ratio in an agency, how much they're gonna be able to actually find sponsors for you. But both in my work experience and my friends' work experience, what agencies will tend to do is they have the unspoken breadwinners
Oh,
that popped
favoritism.
off in the algorithm. And those are the talents that kind of keep the lights on for everyone else, and it's kind of an unspoken but very true thing. That you know, some of the talents are still, you know, operating in the red. They haven't made back their ROI yet. Whereas other talents are literally keeping the lights on. Think of like the Gargaras, the ones that just shoot up in the algorithm. And then as a manager, if you have, hypothetically, let's say you have 10 talents and one of them is popping off and you need to make money, you're gonna focus on the one that's popping off. That's unfortunately like business. That's just how it is. I hate it.
But it
It
is what it
doesn't
is.
feel good, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're
in
trying
some
to
other
keep,
industry, yeah. Go. Sorry.
if you're
go ahead.
trying to keep the business afloat, especially a startup, you're gonna have to do what makes money.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? At a certain point, I feel like that doesn't apply to like big agencies like Nijisanji and
No, that doesn't
Hololive.
apply to anyone doing well.
Yeah,
That only applies
100%.
to small carpos.
Yeah.
If an agency is doing well and they still show that, and they still have like a really low manager to talent ratio, that's on them, and that's just toxic.
Yeah. What do you think? Oh, sorry, Rima.
I want to add something. I don't think it's necessarily favoritism when, okay, so I'm going to explain how it works in agencies outside of the VTubing community, because that's the experience I've had. So let's say you got a board of 30 talents, right? Sponsors are going to reach out to you and they're going to be, hey, I have this, I don't know, $20,000 deal. I want 3 streamers on it. I have this amount of budget for all of them. Do you have Gargura available for my project? I need this date, this date, this date. You're like, okay. You know, you're gonna want to close the deal. So what you're gonna do is offer them either the person that's gonna make you the most money. You're like, well, instead of Gargura, you can have Mori Calliope and she'll perform, but it's gonna go for 30K. So are you willing to buy that? And then if they say yes, then they're gonna sell their biggest talent. But if, let's say, they have a client that doesn't have that much budget and they're like, look, I have like a small budget for this, who do you have for me? They're gonna be like, okay, well, you know, I've got this VTuber that's they just debuted, they're great, you can have them. So it's not necessarily favoritism, but it kind of is in a sense that they're going to want to make as much money with each deal as possible, so they're going to sell like their biggest earning talent. But then they need to have a balance of like the smaller guys for those clients that have less budgets.
Yes.
When it crosses the line into favoritism is when, regardless of the client's budget, there's always the same VTubers being pushed forward, and when within the company, like internal decisions, then there's favoritism there. That's where it crosses the line for me.
Yeah, I think like I feel 100%. In cases like that, especially in small corpos, I feel like that is like 100% understandable. It's just that in places like Nijisanji, I feel like that doesn't really apply because we have to think like merch stuff. I feel like that's not gonna be up to whoever makes the third party that they make a deal with. That's gonna be up to the fans that buy it. So it's
like the thing we saw yesterday in the false ID video where Illyra had, I don't know how
10,
much.
Yeah, fucking Finana and
she had
Pomo.
10 and the other guys had 2, but I can't believe that like Illyra's fan base is much bigger than Millie, and this is all internal decisions being made with the merch. It's not like it's not a collab with another third party, so I didn't get that. That's a wild shift.
It really depends on the case, I suppose. Yeah, but in your case, 100%. It's not necessarily favoritism. Like there are I feel like favoritism has to be in any situation where there's equal opportunity, but then again, in an agency setting, equal opportunity is not really all that common. Especially when it's small, right? Yeah.
Like Gora probably has more deals than the other girls, you know, like she got the aquarium thing because she's requested more. But it's like in models agencies, there's like a few top earners that are gonna get pushed a lot and they're gonna work 24/7, and then there's some people that are on the board in case you need a specific type of person for your ad. So those girls don't work as much, obviously.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
I would still say that even if a talent isn't like the top earner, I would say the agencies still should give them like the bare minimum support, weekly meetings to help them plan
Yes.
content and plan goals for the future. And
Yeah.
even if they're not able to set up brand deals for them just yet, still just supporting them in what they want to do
Yeah.
should be happening. And we've unfortunately seen several agencies who have shown that they just completely leave some of their talents to their own devices if they're not the top
Yeah.
earners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like with my agencies that I was like, when am I gonna get a brand deal? And they were like, well, you don't have the numbers yet. You need to reach this number. When you reach this number, we can maybe work something. I was like, all right. I stayed quiet, kept my head down, and I worked till my average view went up. And then I was like, I kept on pushing. You also have to do, it's a balance. You have to do your side of the deal. You have to fulfill it. But once you do fulfill those things, you have to demand that somebody works to push you too. If you just stay quiet and not demand anything, people are just gonna keep putting you aside.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, generally speaking, you don't stand up for yourself, you're gonna keep getting bullied. That's how people are naturally, not necessarily assholes, but they're wired to like climb up selfishly. I mean, it takes.
There's always gonna be a bigger fish than you, and they're always gonna be an easier sell than you. It's like obviously you're gonna close a deal very much easier for a YouTuber that has a million subscribers than a YouTuber that has like 40K subscribers.
Real.
Yeah, you gotta make your agency follow, the initial agreement. So whatever you agreed with when you joined, you were like, I want support, I want these weekly meetings, I want to have, I don't know, advice on how to get my content better if it's not up to standards. And that's their side of the deal they gotta fulfill.
100%. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I guess. Let me. Sorry. Holy shit! I'm gonna die at this point, huh?
Musagi's dying again.
Yeah. Actually, 40 hours of no sleep. Let's fucking go, boys. Yep.
Oh, you didn't sleep yet?
Bro, I had to go on a meeting like earlier. I couldn't sleep, even if I had like.
He's important, chat.
Tihi, important, quote unquote. But yeah. Tihi. Wait, hold on. Let me just read off the super chats because some of them have questions for you, Yam.
Okay.
Alpha oh lol, thanks for the super chat. ES Espanol is an untapped market. There are a couple big ones, mostly indie. Also, shipping the opposite sex is way more accepted. They lean into it more than JP and EN ever have. Obviously not the main focus, but fun RP drama. I feel like if like shipping like the opposite sex but not actually being weird about it, that can be like fun. But if things get a little bit uncomfortable and get a little creepy behind the scenes or even during streams, yeah, I'm not that familiar with the with the Espanol branch, honest. Not the Espanol branch, the Espanol demographic. All I know is that Goku is God to them or something. It's pretty,
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z is pretty big there.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Holy shit.
I've got a lot of like ES friends, and I think the indie scene is absolutely like popping off, and it is a very much untapped market, and I hope that they get more opportunities to grow soon. Even if that just means like people start taking them seriously and brands can start giving them more sponsorships, because a lot of them are bilingual, but they get kind of trapped in this so-called ES market, and it's hard for them to find work. I've got a friend who I believe would absolutely kill it in Hololive, but because of her accent, I feel like a lot of agencies overlook her, even though she's like super duper talented in her native tongue and everything. Like she's basically an idol herself. So I feel like it's crazy the amount of untapped market ES can be, especially with certain talents.
Yeah, I guess that's like Waktor fucking dropped the ball there, right? Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. That's what everyone thinks of when they think of the ESV tuber community, and I'm just like,
Bad, which is bad, right?
I
It's like
know.
fuck. That's such a lost stuff here. I feel like if there's anybody that has to take advantage of the absolute unfiltered, not unfiltered, the absolute unexplored wilderness that is the ES demographic, I feel like it has to be either Hololive or Idol. I mean, Idol's already doing that, and I imagine they're going to be taking a few, not necessarily all of the ex-Waktor people, but like a lot of people in there that made or is very talented, that they're going to get Idol's presence in ES will absolutely force other agencies to also explore the ES branch. Is all I'm gonna say. I feel like that
Yeah.
has to be the case. It has to. Like,
Yeah.
or at least in the ideal world, because I can't predict shit. I mean, hey, we don't know if even if Idol does that stuff, and then I don't know if the other people will necessarily follow. It's just that ideally they should follow. Such a great business opportunity there, and they've been ignoring it for like what, half a decade? Shit, man. Half a fucking decade. Jesus. Squeaky wheel gets the grease or replacement. It's always a risk. Love you guys. Thank you, 60 Watt. Greg D has a question for you, Yam. What is a good manager to talent ratio? In Hololive, it's normally 2 to 3, but what do you think is ideal?
So there's actually a few types of managers. A personal manager, I would say, can only take a maximum of 5 talents if they're totally full-time and totally invested. Whereas someone like a project manager could take on multiple generations at the same time. Someone who's planning like concerts or is handling the covers. The more artistic side, because not everyone is asking for that kind of management every single day. They can take on many more VTubers. Their ratio is very much smaller. But a personal manager who's kind of available for you, tries to be available for you 24/7, they cannot take on more than 5. But 2 to 3 is the ideal sweet spot where they can give you pretty much their full attention.
I see. Okay, that's great. I guess another one here from Nona Silverstar. Oh wait, no. Yeah, we're going to get into that later. Tinkerlin, thanks for the super chat. People don't get rich by being kind and generous. Yinky Zombie, Coco felt so fresh since she had that western side. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nona Silverstar, oh shit, it's like Rima Evenstar, asked suggestions for artists and riggers getting started. What would you do? Yam.
There's a Live 2D Discord that
Yeah,
I feel like
so-
the Twitter artists are just gonna be more expensive in general.
Wait, is this from a
I think from the ground
wanting
up.
to become from the ground up? Okay.
Yeah.
So first, I would familiarize yourself with a few Discords. The Live 2D Discord, and then there's also Kira Omori's Discord. That's very, very helpful. As well as, of course, watching YouTube tutorials. I'm sure you're already doing that. But the best way to get business as an rigger and illustrator is actually getting on VGen. If you can get on VGen, you're pretty much set. I actually have to constantly close my VGen commissions because I am always in high demand there, whereas I could never get off the ground on Twitter. So definitely try and get on VGen. I know it's invite only. You do need a portfolio, but that should be like your foot in the door sort of goal. Because everyone is verified, then people are a lot less wary of scammers, and you can actually set your own terms. You can have your contract right in, like, integrated into VGen. So if you you can have VGen handle the commercial rights contract, any NDAs you want to deal with, all through VGen. It is a very, very nice tool for artists. So
I think VGen's price are pretty high though. They're like Twitter high.
Really?
I don't know if this is the I don't know if this is the best place to start, because every platform that's like already catered to VTuber is gonna be more expensive from the get-go, and like I said earlier, $300 is a lot of money for some of us, and when
Did-
you're starting
Wait,
off.
is the question for someone who wants to commission or someone who's
No, like
becoming an
become.
artist?
I imagine it's becoming an
Oh, I
artist or
thought it
rigger.
was to commission.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I completely misunderstood. My bad.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
then it's a good for artists. Yes, go.
Rima.
My
you're,
bad.
You're
my
good,
bad.
Rima.
Carry
you're
on.
good. Yeah, you're good, Rima. No, but yeah.
You're all good.
I guess Yam. If a lot of you guys actually, Yam, do you want to do that? Like, maybe make a video or make a tweet about where to get these resources. Because me personally, I don't even know like the indie side of artist and rigging, because I've never really been interested in that field in the industry. I'm relatively uneducated in that side. That's why I have like a lot of you guys to teach me that, right? So yeah, maybe.
I have done streams in the past, but I can definitely maybe put together a small video on where to get started, because that's been the common thread of my career. Is I've always been a model artist and definitely a VTuber designer. I have more design children than like actual illustrated models. So yeah.
All right. Hey, I guess follow Yam, guys, chat. Link in the description. She fills in a gap in the VTubing sphere. It's in terms of information that I don't think I can provide you guys, especially in the technical side, right? Like rigging, artistry, stuff like that. It's a very not so discovered field, and Yam is trailblazing that path. So if you guys are interested in that, again, her link is in the description. Yeah. Another one. Gregoria Wiria tries to clarify. I mean, special pay clauses when natural disasters happen. Although I don't think it will make sense. Yeah. So remember the last super chat when he asked like natural disaster pay terms. Yeah.
I have not seen, at least for the Western contracts, natural disaster pay terms, but I have seen natural disaster, you can get out of your responsibility terms. Because again, a lot of these contracts outline you must stream X amount of times a week. And then they'll say, oh, but in a case of a disaster or illness, or I think the legal term is acts of God, you are excused from your responsibilities. But I've never seen anyone offer pay for such things.
Interesting. Okay. Greg D asks, why don't companies work together more? Are you really asking me that question? What do you mean? Because if they work together to make more money, they make less money unless they chose the right business partners. I feel like a lot of people misattribute working together or collaborating into more money automatically. There are collaborations where both companies just don't make any money. When people collab or when people work together, they have to be very strategic about who they're working with, what they're going to be working for, and for what reason and stuff like that. It's not like an automatic thing. And I feel like in most VTuber agencies, that's not necessarily a profitable move. At least in the ones that I know. Or at least if
I know that a lot of micro agencies do collab with one another, because they're all kind of on the same footing and they're trying to audience share as much as possible. But on the mid-sized to upper level, individual collabs happen in between talents, but not so much like full talent or full agency crossovers.
But wasn't there Niji and Hololive collab back in the days?
Back in the day, yeah.
Why did they stop? Why in your opinion you think it stopped?
Wait, what do you mean? Like Niji and Hollow? I don't think they've stopped collabing. Oh, and EN?
They've had recent collabs?
In AN or JP? What do you mean here?
Both.
Both? Wait, no. The thing about Niji EN. Actually, here's the thing. Niji JP and Holo JP are still collabing and stuff like that. In the JP side, they are still collabing and they still frequently do. On the EN side, Niji Sanji has actually been blocking collabs until like late 2022. Yeah. And that's late 2022 was really only when the dam got broken and they started collabing again. But right now, I guess with the more recent drama, there hasn't really been any EN collab with Hololive or anyone outside Niji Sanji at that point. Yeah,
they're kind of radioactive right now, so they need to. No one wants to get burned. But why do you think they stopped collabing for a while?
I don't really think there was any point in time where Niji JP and Holo JP stopped collabing in a while. But if you're asking why Niji EN refused to collab with Holo EN, I really don't know. It could be all sorts of things, honestly. It could be from the fact that Hololive is associated with China. I mean, not China. Like Niji EN is associated with China, and Hololive is China's public enemy #1 in the VTubing space. And maybe that was part of it, but at the same time, they were collabing with V Shoujo, and Kason was in V Shoujo. So at the same time, it's like, at that point, V Shoujo is more like your public enemy now, because I feel like in that logic, you'd have to follow Kason instead of Hololive as a whole, right? And then there could be other reasons, like Niji EN probably not wanting to have Hololive in there because they don't want to share the same audience, or because they want to have their own audience. It really is weird. I don't know what management was thinking to rationalize that kind of decision. But fact of the matter is, a lot of Hololive and Niji EN talents were really excited to collab with each other. It was just banned from doing it. Yeah.
That's odd. I feel like I would understand why Hololive wouldn't want to collab with Niji EN, because
No, it's the opposite.
their VTubers get more audience. You think it's the opposite? I feel like there's probably less benefits to collab with somebody that's like way smaller than you than there is benefits to collab with
that's
somebody
what you
bigger.
mean. Oh, sorry. If that's what you mean, then yeah.
I take that example from esports. Like when a team is practicing, and they're setting up scrims, like the really good teams, they won't practice against teams that are weaker than them, because they'd be giving out their strategies and teaching them how to play against a good team. But practicing against a team on equal footing is good because you learn from each other. Practicing against a team that's better is good because, well, you're gonna get your ass kicked for a bit, but you're gonna learn a lot.
Yeah. In a Niji Holo collab, it's like a net negative for Hololive, I imagine. Yeah. But no. Hold on. Let me just finish off these last few super chats, okay? Then we move on to a question. Next topic that we want to talk about. Mari says, "Hi guys, did you see what happened in Owozu, a VTuber ES agency? False ID talked about it a month ago along with the topic of Niji." Yeah, I am quite aware of Owozu. Or I don't know how to pronounce that, honestly. Yeah. Owozu.
Yeah, I think it's Owozu.
Yeah, it's Owozu. Owozu, ES VTuber company, got some drama with them not paying talents or being really late in payment. If resolved, I don't know. Also, for the hosts, what's the story behind y'all's model? Oh, do we want to talk about that? Like what the inspiration was for our model? I feel like that's a fun topic. Okay, that's a fun topic.
Yeah.
Let's have our guest Yam over here talk about yours first. How did you conceptualize the model that you currently have right now?
Oh, okay. So this is my third model because I'm my own artist and I can do what I want. I started VTubing under the name Lorelei Alto, and I was a nymph, but I didn't know like the implications of being a nymph, so people were always like, oh, like really sexualizing me, and I hated it. So I switched to Honduran White Bat, because I was like, yeah, the bat nose will definitely scare off any weirdos, and it works. All the weirdos hate my bat nose. Let's go. But then this third model that I worked on was combining the concepts of being a Honduran white bat and also being a viola performer, because I am I was a classical music major in college, and I'm also one of the organizers of VTuber Orchestra, which is all the instrumentalists coming together and playing our instruments together. So all the lace and stuff is tying into the classical music aesthetic. And then the reason I chose bat itself is because I feel like I'm low energy and kind of fluffy in personality. I don't know how else to say
bats
it.
Bats are cute.
Yeah, I wanted to be cute and fluffy, and I didn't want to be what
about
on the spicier size. I wanted to look like I'm on the cute side of VTubing. So yeah. What about sheep? I have been compared to a sheep, a dragon. I think someone said
sheep dragon. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, so it's funny to see all the interpretations. If my wings aren't very clear on screen, people will go wild with their guesses of what I am. It's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny.
I could see how the wings people think that it's a dragon. Okay, I kind of see it, but yeah, no, you have the little bat on your head. I feel like that should be an indicator.
I'm a Honduran white bat. Fun fact, one of the sponsors because I had Honduran white bat on my bio, one of my sponsors almost passed me up because they thought I lived in Honduras and there was no way to ship packages to me.
No way.
Griefed. Accidental grief. Yeah.
That's so sad.
Holy shit, man. But it's Gucci. I think in multiple ways, you're in multiple good ways, I mean. The fact your model is very unique. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're really good at model design.
Oh, thank you. I mean, that's my that's my dream job, is if I could design models for a living. But for this one, I tried to lean into my own art style more. My last art style was very much more anime. But I was I was like, you know what? I'm a Western artist. I might as well show my more unique art style. And people have really been receptive to the new model with a bit of a different art style. So I'm happy.
Okay.
I think it does make VTubers stand out. People are appreciating the different art styles a lot more. I saw this fairy VTuber who has a very realistic model that I thought had an interesting concept. I don't think you need to be an anime, a totally anime moe style.
Oh yeah.
To be successful.
I mean, you've seen fucking that 1930s VTuber,
and the Betty Crocker.
Yeah. I feel like that's the future of VTubing.
Betty Boop.
Yeah, Betty Boop.
Yeah, it reminded me of Betty Boop.
Yeah, I feel like that's the future of VTubing. When 10 years from now, VTubing is gonna go beyond its anime roots and go to different cultures, different art styles, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Pumpkin Potion. The chat remembered her name, Pumpkin Potion.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. And there's, Mario actually said it. There's I think it was Lala, a 50s diner themed VTuber. Was it Lala?
Yes.
I
don't know.
That's cool. I saw also I think it was a Luigi VTuber or something.
Oh my god. Yeah.
There's all kinds of VTubers.
Yeah, and that's the future. That's why I actually 100% believe VTubing's definition is gonna expand, and no matter beyond the anime sphere, that this is gonna be the future.
I think there still hasn't been an agency that does non-anime girls VTubers, and I would like to see that, an agency that does this alternative art style for their VTubers.
Yeah, problem is, although that might be nice, that's very unique, the market is not ready for that yet. I feel like we are exploring stuff, and I think this is great, by the way. The more we explore new opportunities, the more we can be a little bit more accepting, you know. But at this point, from what I observe in the market, I feel like a lot of people are not ready for that.
No, I don't think that's true. What's the point of trying to copy Hololive? You're not
Yeah,
reaching a new niche. Yeah.
Oh no,
you shouldn't go for the established VTuber agency fans. Honestly, I think you need to make your own market. You gotta carve like your own piece of the internet pie out for yourself. And the less overlap you have with Hololive, the less you're competing with them.
Yeah.
no, I agree.
That's playing the long game.
Yeah,
like
no.
you're not gonna be a overnight success necessarily, but I feel like going after the same market that already has their Oshis isn't gonna be helpful at all.
Oh no,
Like
no,
here.
100%, 100%. I agree with you. It's just that the reason why I say that is because a lot of companies don't want to take risks. They don't.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the reason. That's why I say that the market is not ready for that. It's because people.
You're saying the agencies themselves,
Yeah,
not
like
the audience.
Yeah. No, sorry. It's that doesn't. ESL issue. I guess that's what I mean. Like obviously, yeah, 100%. Like I've always said this before. The more that people establish more niches and branch out from doing and stop doing what Hololive does and appeal to the same market is a good thing. I mean, hell, that's why Luxium got so fucking popular, right? Because Nijisanji actually appealed to a different market. I feel like the more people do that, the better. But then a lot of these agencies and a lot of these people, they're uncomfortable with spending money to things that they know probably that they think probably aren't as popular, or they think that audiences are not ready for. That's primarily the reason why there's no agency like that yet. Not yet.
I also feel like a lot of people starting VTuber agencies are just VTuber fans first. So of course they're gonna do exactly what they're like. Well, I like Mori Calliope because he's this way, so I'm gonna do the exact same thing so I can have my own Mori Calliope at home. And then everyone else sees like, oh, I see you aren't doing anything different at all. Okay, well, I might as well watch the more polished content over at Hololive, you know?
Yeah, no, 100%. At that point, you're just literally just rehashing already superior ideas, you know, and executing them in ways that are not that superior. So at that point, why should they watch you instead of the actual product that you're copying, you know? Shit, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I have a question for Yam or you, Dian, if you know the answer. I feel like the problem with most agencies lately is that they're hoping for an overnight success or very like short term, like a year long success. So what's the time frame do you think most agencies give themselves to see like a decent return on their investment before folding?
You go, Yam. Yeah, you go, Yam. I have my own answer for this too. You go, Yam. You go first.
I have never been a part of the planning phase for an agency, actually. I've only been called in when things are already kind of established. So I don't have a great answer for this, but I do feel like the agencies I've been a part of have like a 1 year plan ahead of them at least. But again, I've never been part of like when the agency was conceived, and I've never heard from like upper management in any of my jobs of like, oh, this is our plan on how to make our return on investment back. I've been a lot more on the ground, in the trenches, so to speak.
Yeah. She has been in the trenches indeed, chat. But as for me, ideally, you'd have to prepare. Okay, here's the thing. There's like reality and ideally. Ideally, an agency has to prepare for the fact that they're probably not going to be like profitable in their first 1 or 2 years, you know, because they're going to be again,
Yeah.
like what Yam said, you have to like plan ahead for at least 1 to 2 years, and you're going to keep investing for future generations, your future projects, and all that sort of stuff. So 100%, you should not be expecting any profits for the next couple of months at the very least, you know. Not at most, I mean, like months. You really have, when a CEO starts an agency, they should expect that until they get to a certain point or reach at a certain milestone, they're going to be bleeding a shit ton of money. Now, realistically, from the agencies that I've worked with or have observed, they expect instant gratification. I'm not like not actual instant, but their time frame. They are asking that this VTuber to be popular within X certain amount of months, or else, like what Yam said, oh my god, I gave you all these models, gave you all this support, and you didn't crack 100k subscribers yet? You didn't make me enough money yet? Oh my god, shut down the fucking program. You're useless. Shit like that. And it's especially like it's especially common in VTuber agencies where they spend a shit ton of money. Like for example, a VTuber agency could budget like let's say $30,000 for a marketing, right? They spend all these fucking money for watch-alongs and sponsorships and ads on YouTube, fucking billboards, and even though they might not like market their talents strategically or in places where or in methods that actually make sense, because they spent this much money, they can and sometimes will expect that you will earn that they will get a return on their investment at a relatively quicker pace. Because they gave you all these tools and it's not being utilized. Oh my god, yep, give me our fucking money now. Stuff like that. It really depends on the agency of their budget and their expectations. And like what we've established, most agencies don't have too much high of an expectation or have no expectation at all. They just debut or give out like substantial, tangible stuff and think their job is done. It's weird like that. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you for answering my question. That was insightful.
Yeah. Oh, Genos VTuber Connoisseur asks, finally, ugly bastard agencies have a chance.
Let's go.
Yay!
Hey man, there's a market for that. That can work. It really can 100% work, but nobody's going to risk that in this market unless you're going to be that person, you know? Unless you're going to be that person, nobody's gonna do it. But hey, you know what? If we have fucking V Allure, we can have anything. That's the thing.
I feel like having a like super grotesque monster agency is such a good idea. Like maybe like
oh hell yeah,
characters that seem normal on the get-go, but then they have toggles to like slowly get more horror elements. I think that would work literally so well.
That's like Juniper
we've seen
Actias, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I
We've
love
seen
Monster
like
Girls.
how well something like Doki Doki Literature Club can just totally take
Yeah.
over the internet. People love like cute anime girls turning into horror experiences. I
support
am
that.
so there.
That's
support
my
that.
And
idea
if
for my
anyone's
future visual
looking
novel.
for artists to do that, hire me. I will be happy to design them.
Ooh.
Hey man, as a monster guy, not that I'm a monster guy, but I like my monsters. Like my monster design.
design is peak. It's
Yeah,
peak.
oh
It's
my
so
fucking
good.
god, I love you.
You guys
I love
just
you,
want
Yam.
tentacle girls.
No, that's like basic.
No, Ina already exists.
That's basic. That's basic. We need more than that, you know?
She's a
Yeah.
cute tentacle girl. She's not like Ursula tentacle girl, you know?
Yeah. Fuck, I love monsters so much. It's just unfortunate that people don't want to risk it, and people just don't like monsters, I feel like, you know? Like, there's this...
You get the best of both worlds if you give them a regular model that has toggles, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a thing, I don't know if you guys know about this, unless you're a League player, which Rima is, but you're like a retired League player, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm retired.
So in League of Legends, there's a fair bit of monster designs that are peak, absolutely
Yes.
peak, and they don't
Like,
get
who are
that.
you thinking of?
I'm thinking of Aurelion Soul. I am thinking
Oh,
of
yeah.
Kha'Zix. I am thinking of
Wait, is Aurelion Soul considered a furry?
no. What? No. What?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, okay.
wait, I actually got offended.
making sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey man, Aurelion Soul is my goat. That guy, I fucking love that guy. Yeah.
He's a dragon.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I was about to say that they have like absolutely peak monster designs, right? And I absolutely love it. Problem is, League doesn't give them that much skins because their skins don't sell well. And they're not and
see.
and they're not popular in like China and stuff. The stuff that they usually get the stuff that they usually give a lot of skins for are for
Lux.
people like Lux, Yasuo, Zed, the hot people, you know? And I
Lux
feel
is
like
the Illyra of League of Legends.
yeah, I feel like that's like an audience demographic problem at this point. Like at that point, it's no longer the institutions that are. Well, maybe it is both the institutions and the audiences and the demographic itself. But yeah, we need more monster. We really do need monster, and I say that as a fucking rabbit creature mascot thingy. Hey, yeah, oof, man.
Yeah.
Sentai asks.
I'm gonna give
oh,
myself oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself a monster model at some point. I just gotta figure out how it works in Live 2D.
Yeah, hell yeah. I will be supportive of that. God, we need our monster girls.
I've seen like fox girls have like their evil fox form kind of, and it's a toggle. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, like a
I just
mode?
don't
Yeah,
know how much they
snouts-
use it.
Snouts are tough in Live 2D, that's the thing, because you have to deal with foreshortening of a really long nose. Like, my tiny bat nose was already hard to figure out. So a whole muzzle of sorts is gonna be tougher. I'll have to like study some furry models to make it happen.
Oh wait, Sentai asks, not just oh wait, no, it's not a question, sorry. Sentai, thank you for the super chat. Not just any non-anime art style. I hope we see more non-humanoid designs. Exactly! More people, VTubers that are not humanoid. That I wait for that day that happens, because I actually am at a point where like human VTuber models are not that they don't intrigue me anymore. That's why I kind of just want to repaint as this fucking rabbit creature mascot, right? Because I feel like that's something I want more in the VTubing sphere, like non-human VTubers. I kind of want that. Fuck me,
Yes.
man.
Okay, but also Nuzagi admitted to being a brony on my stream.
Hey,
last night, so
hey, that's
I don't
not.
know if you should
That's
trust
not.
this
No,
thing.
no, that's different. That's different. Okay, that's different. That's too different. They have no correlation, Rima. What am I getting accused of right now? You think I'm doing this because I'm a brony? Fuck me, man.
Funny.
Yeah. A VTuber could be anything. So I hope people experiment with different designs. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope also they experiment with different design and design styles.
Lorelei asks, oh, not Lorelei, thanks for the super chat. Belveth from League is a fantastic monster woman design. Exactly. I think so too. Like,
Oh,
actually
yeah.
peak, because it utilizes the best of both worlds. She's actually a monster, like, pretending to be a hot anime girl. Because that's, like, part of her, like, predation process. It's like she's, like, a lantern? Not a lanternfish. Like, a deep-sea creature? What's that thing? Where they lure people in and they eat it in the deep sea?
Oh,
Siren.
that.
No, not a siren, like the fish.
No, it's the one that has like the
Oh, an
light on their
anglerfish.
head.
Oh, an anglerfish, yeah. She's like a anglerfish, yeah. It's like so fucking
Wait,
cool.
that is so cool. I quit League before she came out, but I saw her in TFT.
Bro, she's like super fun.
Interesting.
She's very weak mid game though. Oh, early game though, so you need to be
Oh,
careful.
I see.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all of the super chats. I guess right now, since we've talked about the failures that a lot of VTuber agencies do, let's talk about the successes that they do. So,
Okay.
yeah. What are the good things that you see a lot of VTuber agencies do right now? Like, do you want to praise certain agencies for doing certain things?
Yes. So this can age really well or really badly because I haven't seen the back end of these agencies. But
Oh yeah, that's a given, right? Yeah, that's a
yeah.
given. That should be a given, you know. We don't know we don't know the inside of these stuff, so yeah. No, go proceed.
I think VShojo and Hololive do a really good job of praising the individual and helping an individual find their brand and their voice, kind of separate from the company a lot of the time. And like a good agency will support the VTuber in what they want to do within reason. Whereas a bad agency will just have a one-size-fits-all kind of policy. So seeing agencies like VShojo and Hololive really let their talents give their own flavor, rather than just being another cog in the machine, is a really good sign. And then I would say Idol has the current best model for the VTuber model pipeline. Specifically because they work alongside their talents to find a concept that fits what the VTuber wants to do, and have their VTuber actually involved in the design process and the artist selecting process. That is like crazy that they're able to do that. I didn't know if any agency would ever be able to do that. I didn't know if it was something to do with like IP law, like, oh, if I, gave my ideas towards this model, does that mean it's my IP? I didn't know like why it took agencies so long to have a model that allowed talent freedom when it came to picking VTuber concepts, but someone finally did it, and I think it is literally the best way to go about it, because pre-made models have a lot of like downsides to them. For one, you could just like not be a good fit for the model. The voice and the model could not match up, which can kind of throw the audience off for a little bit. But then pre-made models also have the issue of a lot of the time they don't allow the artist and the rigger to communicate with pre-made models. It's more like a conveyor belt where it's like, okay, the art is done, now let's go to the rigging. Whereas a smart person will have the artist and rigger collaborate on the model at the same time, because during the model production, the artist and the illustrator really need each other's contacts in case something needs to be revised. I have, like, even someone who's done model illustration since 2020, I still, need the riggers contact, and riggers will contact me like, hey, can you do it this way? Because every rigger has their own workflow, and it would be really helpful if the artist and rigger are able to contact each other just in case something needs to be revised. Like, if you ever see a Hololive model that doesn't look quite right because something didn't get separated right, so it kind of looks like a flat PNG on their face, that's why. It's because the artist wasn't able to go back in and separate something further for the rigger a lot of the time.
Gura.
Gura. Yeah, I've seen a few noses. I've seen bangs. Like Tsukumo-sana, my Oshi of all time Oshi. Some of the things on her model weren't separated the way they needed to be. I actually have like a full video on my channel about like model separation and the reason why it's so important for artists and riggers to be able to collaborate on things. It's my Iris video for anyone interested. But the way Idol has kind of re-innovated the way models are made, and opened that process to be more collaborative rather than a very industrial pipeline, really makes me happy, and I hope that other companies like adopt the idle way of making models. So yeah, sorry for that like huge tangent. But,
no, we live for that. We live for tangents. Let's go.
And then
Yeah.
Phase Connect, I feel like they're doing really good on talent freedom. Like I don't think most agencies would allow their talents to do the things Phase Connect does, but they seem well equipped to handle it. So I'm happy. I'm happy for them. You know?
Let's go. Yeah.
They make the fishmen sweat a little sometime, though.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
I can see the little sweat, like the forehead sweat, like dripping down. Oh God!
And he's
Oh,
powerless
no,
to
she
stop
went
it.
there.
He's powerless to stop it. His girls are too powerful for his own sake. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah.
They are, dude.
Yeah. I guess that ties in to like what Lorelai, another super chat she asked earlier.
Okay.
Like, she said that honestly, Idol has been the best option to open a new niche, but only if they are open to try new things, which is great. Yeah. 100% people should be trying new things. Do you think there are any agencies that might surprise us on that front? Do you think there's like any agencies that you are personally aware of that might pull a banger all of a sudden, maybe not announced yet? I don't know. What do you think?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I don't know of any.
Oh.
I will say that what is their name? Let me find it. I have it written down because I wanted to talk about them today.
Oh.
First Stage, yeah.
Oh, let's go.
And
I know
Mythos.
them.
I feel like both
Oh,
those
yeah, Mythos.
agencies are definitely shaking things up.
100%.
First Stage EN saw the lack of
Males.
yeah, like they're tapping into the female VTuber fans with very otome game style marketing to their male VTubers. The designs, as a VTuber designer, I'd say they've got some of the best male VTuber designs in the industry. They really went with artists who are very experienced in male anime character design. Like if you look at their portfolios, they went with some specialists on those models.
They were handpicked.
They're really well.
Yeah.
They did a really good job. And they picked really good and talented male VTubers who kind of are the jack of all trades, almost idol-like group. So I think they could totally like carve their own niche out with their otome game style marketing, and the way they went about things seems really good. I don't know what their back end looks like, but oh man, their front end looks really good. So
yeah, we have to. Oh, sorry, you go.
Sorry, and of course, like Mythos, they made a huge splash with their marketing. And I think their concepts are solid. I think they did a good balance of lore, but then, allowing the talents to kind of be themselves in that like heavy lore at the beginning. So yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, right, we have to preface that we don't know the back end of a lot of the agencies we endorse, So our takes could very much end badly. That's happened to me multiple times. So, chat, I feel like a lot of you, here's the thing that I've experienced a lot of people, like say, Yam, whenever we praise a VTuber agency, like a content creator in, let's say, in any scale, I would actually think when they praise a VTuber agency, they immediately think that those VTuber agencies must be like fucking Hololive tiers of, well managed or something. Even though, like I feel like they overglorify or something. And I don't think that's something that we don't want. You guys should always keep at the end of the day, you should guys keep an open mind that we can really only speak to what we know, and we don't know that much behind the scenes. At least in some of the some of the stuff that we're talking about. Yeah.
I'd say tribalism is something you really got to avoid if you want to be privy to this stuff. You always have to be looking for the red flags. You don't want to see them, but you can't be blind to them when they do show up. It's kind of like, oh gosh, this is a horrible analogy. I'm so sorry, but like it's kind of like dating. You don't want to be blind to the red flags because you're in love, you know? But no, you're not dating Yoshi. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, some people do join VTuber agencies just to be close with the Roshis, huh?
Yes.
Fucking
And some people.
That happens in Hololive. Yeah, no, what that happens in Hololive.
That's what I wanted to do.
Ah, Rima, you fucker. I'm sorry. Wait, did you guys disappear? Oh, never mind.
No, I'm here.
Yo, for some reason, everybody went. Oh, not everybody. Like Discord got quiet. Like blacked out. Yeah. Or not Discord. My entire PC. Sorry. Yeah.
Wow.
So that would be interesting. So hold on. So going off on that end, we've talked about the stuff that you think the stuff that VTuber agencies are doing right now. What do you think, Yam, are VTuber agencies that are going to quote unquote survive? Like let's say in the next 10 years they'll still be here.
Ooh. Man, that is so hard for me to like. I want to say that those who are, you know, playing the long game with a smaller talent roster, but ones that they're able to keep around are going to be better off than the ones who are just like constantly expanding their talent roster, and thus like thinning their staff. Like the scariest thing for a VTuber manager to ever hear is, oh, we're hiring another generation of talents right now. We're opening auditions. That is like the scariest thing you can hear as a VTuber manager, because it's about to double your workload and you're already drowning a lot of the time. And then you have to ask, like, does that mean you're hiring another manager? And you just gotta pray that the answer is yes. I think a lot of people forget, like in the celebrations of a new generation, that the back end could be a horror story. A new generation of talents could be like what makes or breaks you as a manager. Or, you know, video editor. They're like, oh, we already have an editor, but then you introduce 5 more VTuber talents?
Yeah.
I can't edit for every single one of them. Like, so a lot of the time, if you expand your roster a lot slower, it does mean you're not like constantly in the VTuber news. Like, it can slow the hype, but you have to find ways to hype up your current talent roster instead of constantly expanding and expanding and expanding, unless you have like a huge capital that you can just keep hiring enough managers to handle this, and then have like several branches of management. If you can expand things on the back end, I guess it can work, but I'd rather see a agency take like a year between debuts, so that they can very much slowly expand their roster, rather than being like, oh, okay, 3 more months, that means it's a new debut. And I feel like that's kind of the reason why I was already kind of wary of Niji Sanji, was just because of how many VTubers they're taking. I'm just like, as someone who's seen the back end of VTuber agencies, how many managers do you guys have? Like, how many project coordinators do you have? How many video editors do you have? Because hiring, like, auditions shouldn't just mean more VTubers. It means that you have to expand your entire operation to accommodate the VTubers before you even audition them. And I feel like that is lost on a lot of agencies, and those agencies are gonna go down. They're gonna go down. If you've it's not sustainable
Yeah,
when you don't have a good talent to manager ratio.
yeah.
Mm.
So Niji, not Rima, what the fuck? So Yam thinks that Niji is gonna die if they keep up with their current current mode of operation. Mm-hmm. You know what? I think
I
so
would
too.
say the English branch is at risk of dying. I don't think the JP branch is at risk of dying at all. But the way they handled their English branch, I could either see it downsizing or definitely merging into the main branch.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, like, this might be an unpopular opinion, but honestly, I hope it becomes a better place to work. I don't want all those talents to lose everything they've worked for. I want them to improve things instead of just like throw the whole thing out.
Well, to be fair, Niji Sanji doesn't have like a history of like they wouldn't necessarily just axe all of these talents, but they would merge them into the main branch, or they would be more like they have more of a history of, you know, stopping support and merging them to the main branch. I don't think they would like axe them totally.
They axed
that would
India
fly.
though.
They did, but that was years ago, and I don't think they've done it since then. Like, if they wanted to axe a branch, they would have axed Korea too. I think they kind of learned from this mistake.
Before the merger, they did what a lot of oh gosh, I don't want to say a lot of black companies do, but a lot of unfair companies do, where they just pulled all the support away from Niji ID and KR. Allegedly. Allegedly.
No, it's not alleged. They've talked about it in like on like they've.
So they basically said
saying that.
ID said that.
No merch, no new opportunities for sponsorships or anything. All the stuff you are in an agency for. They said, okay, you can stay with us, but we're pulling all the support.
Yep. That's what they did to ID, and that's why a lot of ID bros, the Niji ID bros, are mad. Yep.
Yeah, it essentially forces you to quit, and that is really unfair. And it's really sad.
Did they announce it, or did they just do it on the down low? I thought they just did it on the, you know, slowly just stop.
No, they announced.
I didn't think it was announced.
Oh,
they
wait, the
officially
merger?
announced that merchandise.
The merger was announced. Oh wait,
the merger, yes, but the support.
Oh yeah,
support.
Yeah, they wouldn't say that. They wouldn't announce that, right? They wouldn't.
Yeah,
but
okay,
the members said it themselves. Yeah.
Yes.
But even in the announcement of the merger, I could be misremembering. They said that like future merchandise would be discontinued and stuff, and that's kind of a backhanded way of saying we're cutting support for this branch at the same time.
People were
so yeah, I would say the only agencies that will survive are the ones that can support their talents, that they have enough to keep them. Because what happens in a VTuber agency is every year you have contract negotiations. We saw it with VShojo, where a lot of them left all at once because of contract negotiations. Now that's not like I wouldn't say leaving during contract negotiations necessarily means, like, if you see a few VTubers leaving during contract negotiations, it doesn't mean it's a red flag agency. A lot of the times they just outgrew the agency's ability to support them.
Yeah, 100%.
As a agent or as a VTuber grows, it becomes harder to support them and harder to provide a reason to stay. And the only agencies that are going to survive are the ones that find a reason to be that agency life in their agency is better than being in a big indie.
No, 100%.
That's the tough spot that all agencies are in, right? Like, I think the only ones that have kind of proven that are VShojo and Hololive right now. Just because they have such high caliber talents that are staying. And like, we know that Iron Mouse could leave VShojo at any time, but she chooses not to.
Yeah.
That shows me that they are offering enough support to keep even high caliber talents around.
Yeah, and also I guess it depends on what the talent is looking for in the agency, right? Because like if some
Yes.
talents are just looking, if some talents just want to be in the agency for the community's sake, they might want to stay in the agency. But again, some people are career focused, so when it doesn't make sense financially to be in the agency, they're gonna drop it, man.
Yep.
The whole saying that corpos are your friends until they aren't also applies to talents in some aspects, but mostly it's the corpos that are more easily
And
able to do that.
we have to remember that as much as they seem like a family, a group of friends, contract negotiations shouldn't be personal. They aren't personal in a professional setting. You do what's best for you, and that's totally like normal in a business world. It isn't a personal thing if you part ways with an agency, because it's literally financially more beneficial for you to become an indie.
Yeah.
So I feel like the only agencies that will stick around are the ones that can support their high caliber talents better than they could by themselves as an indie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's also like, what do you think about this take, Yam? When you're in a gen of a VTuber group, should they be your friends or your colleagues first? I mean, obviously you can be both friends and colleagues, but what between those two categories do you think should take priority? Are they friends first or are they colleagues first?
They are definitely colleagues first
I
in
agree.
the majority of contexts, and you know, it's great if you can work really well with your colleagues. It's even better if you can, you know, call your colleague a friend and like play offline with them. Like that's great, but at the end of the day, things need to be professional. And even if you don't work well with someone, you gotta have a professional relationship with them that is workable. Yeah. Unless you're in a VTuber group, then you need to be friends first.
Yeah, true. Like if you're friends first and you're starting, yeah, you need to be friends first. So you think that's what's happening in Ijisanji right now? Like with all these rumors of cliques and stuff, there are some people in there that aren't actually friends but have to put up with each other for the sake of keeping up the illusion of unity and family.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
It's
that
a
just
large
makes
company.
sense.
Yeah.
That's like I have had professional relationships with people that I wouldn't necessarily say I got along with super well in an agency. I wouldn't say that they were like my friends first, but generally agencies want to hire people who can work alongside just about everyone despite their differences.
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah. Though I feel like the I am not super up to date with like the rumors about Niji Sanji. I kind of stick to the more official, bigger things. But my guess is like there's different friend groups in Niji Sanji, and they try and keep that on the down low. But there's possibly some people who have a strictly professional business relationship, and after they graduate, they might like never speak again, and that's totally okay.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's just that a lot of people come into VTuber agencies again because of friends, right? So you kind of have to. That's why I actually. That's why I found your take of if you want to join a VTuber agency for the quote unquote friends, that's a bad thing. Well, not necessarily a bad thing.
Bad reason to join.
Yeah, it's a bad reason to join.
Shouldn't be your primary reason.
Yeah.
You're gonna need a support network outside of your work, regardless. You need someone you can talk to about work, that isn't in work. I feel like I think I need to make a video on networking because I think a lot of people think, oh, I'll just join Niji Sanji and then I'll have all the friends in the world. And that's not how it works. That's not how
100%.
it works. You need to know how to work alongside people, and you also need to know how to build friendships that, you know, will support you, especially in this industry where there's a lot of people who are only looking for professional relationships. A lot of people will say, "Oh, so and so VTuber is a fake friend because they're only interested in collabing with me, but then they don't want to play Apex with me." And I'm like, "Sir or ma'am, that is a professional business relationship. That is not a friend, and I think you got them mixed up."
Wait, people have time to play games outside of streaming and doing videos? I don't see how.
Rima,
If
How?
I'm that busy that I don't have time to play games outside of like work, I don't know
Rima,
how
it's-
corporate VTubers can.
Rima.
You guys are like crazy. I only upload once a month. That's how I have time to touch grass. No one like people don't know who I am, but at least I have time to touch grass in between uploads.
Bro.
Oh, I touch grass at
Yeah.
least once a week.
Oh, shit. I mean, I used to
Yeah,
touch grass. I stopped touching
Yeah, I go
grass like 2
outside.
months ago. Fuck me, man.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's why I'm superior. You peasant.
Yeah, of course you. Of
I'm
course you
joking.
touch. You eat grass. You're a fucking horse. Jesus.
I
Yeah.
knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that.
I was waiting for you to. Honestly, you
Oh, man.
mentioning grass is going to be an auto out
I
for
walked
you.
right into that one.
Yep.
See, this is important VTuber lore. This is the important VTuber lore.
100%.
The whole origin story doesn't matter, but the jokes that you can make about your concept, that is the important part.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like my audience talks about how I'm like a little baby who screams all the time on stream, especially during horror games, and they call it my bat echolocation because I'm a bat.
Oh, I
That's
love
cute.
that.
I love
This
that.
works.
That is
It
so
worked.
cute.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the reason why. Okay, I guess a lot. Hold on. Let's clarify that. Chat. When we say lore, that's the lore that we're talking about is like the stuff like fucking 10-minute animations of your origin story. These fucking twists and turns. These fucking novel-esque anime arcs that they go through just to explain their character. Those are the lore videos or something that we're talking about. But actual lore, like the stuff that we can make fun of based on the stuff that we actually do on stream or in videos, that is like different. That's not the lore, the quote-unquote lore that we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I need a quick break. You guys can keep talking though. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
no problem. I guess while Yam is out, I'm gonna read some super chats.
Yep.
Lord Commander Argentius, thanks for the super chat. If you're still here, Lovecraftian Eldritch Horror Agency when? Oh, well, I'm not going. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna spoil it. My future model is actually gonna be an Eldritch Horror. I'm going to be a cosmic being, but I'm not gonna spoil anything more than that. That Reeve
Oh.
guy, thanks for the super chat. So VTubers with visual and voice corruption toggles would be peak, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I think that would be peak too. I think so too. Like they have like a mode. I call it a mode. Like when they enter a certain phase or when they get into a certain let's say mood, and they have a phase where they enter like rage mode or they enter corruption mode or something. It's like a video game. Yeah. Zambato, thanks for the super chat. There's also not enough shonen jump style male avatars. Most of them are visual novel style. Huh. You mean like fucking Deku looking asses? Like Naruto looking asses?
I've returned.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Really? I mean, I'm not really a shonen guy, so I don't see the
I
appeal.
feel like it's the other way around. I feel like there's not enough visual novel male VTubers.
Oh, I get like Ikemen people?
Except Vox.
Yeah, Ikemen.
Yeah.
Ikemen?
I feel like most
Love that.
VTubers, most male VTubers are actually like Ikemen style because Noxium have proved that that's the successful formula.
I mean, Ikemen is pretty much the equivalent of the oh gosh, do I say this?
Oh, I just googled
not on
it.
my
I
own
like
channel,
man. We
but,
need more of
like,
those.
it's. I mean,
Ah.
if it's kind of like the opposite of the counterpart of the waifu type
Yeah,
character
a cute,
design.
yeah, a cutesy type. It's like it's
Yeah.
it's very much drawn and formulated to be like extremely handsome, like the kind of things that girls will be bawling and begging for. You know, Jesus.
Yeah,
Rima
yeah.
likes it. Sorry.
The Mystic Messenger character.
Yeah,
design.
100% the Mystic Messenger
What?
character.
The Mystic Messenger?
You don't know what that
Mystic
is?
Messenger. It's a kind of like a phone visual novel type thing.
Yeah.
I think another market they can definitely tap into is the webtoons. Girls go nuts for like the webtoon style pretty boy. I think if someone like hired some webtoons artists to make some VTuber models, that would pop off crazy.
Yeah, I mean, again, the only real or the only established forces in the industry right now that are taking advantage of that is really only Nijisanji and First Stage. It's really just both of them, honestly. That's why that market is still not necessarily uncatered to, but it's still like there's still a big. There's still
room.
Big. Yeah, there's like big.
There's room.
You can
jump on in.
You get in like at least like you can get like 10%, 20% of that market share when you join in. Boom, literally 1 million on your first year. $1 million bucks, I mean.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Just sell a lot of merch. Very easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last super chat. Oh, not the last super chat, sorry. Lorelai again, thanks for the super chat. One of the reasons I believe Idol has decent future is that the CEO is an ex-YouTuber, so he knows how slow growth is. Yeah?
Having actual content creator experience definitely will help you understand how this works. Whenever a VTuber agency is just started by someone who's been a viewer on YouTube, that is like alarm bells in my head because they know
they don't know jack
only
shit.
They've only seen the big successful creators. They've never seen a creator at the start of their journey.
Yep.
And how long it takes.
And they're also only consume the content as a consumer, which is like a extremely different experience than doing the content as the producer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Jaro, thanks for the super chat. Jaro, we need an association to support / protect VTubers for future problems, no matter where they come from, at least in the oversight branches. I don't know how that's gonna work. Like, no, I mean, I want that to happen, but maybe I'm just uneducated when it comes to like legalities and unions and stuff, but I really have no idea how that's gonna work or how that can even be made possible. What do you think, Yam?
It's such an international industry. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's the
like
point.
Logistically, I believe the thing you're looking for is VTuber groups. That's the closest we're gonna get. Like non-corporate VTuber groups definitely exist.
Yeah.
But I don't know how we could go.
Cross country is gonna be the tough part. Like I could see maybe a Canadian legislation, like a union worker for VTubers or some shit. But even if you do make a union in a country, then what's gonna stop large corporations from just we just won't hire VTubers from that country. They have too much rules. It's too much of a hassle to deal with, and they'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it's very complicated with a lot of politics to think about. Yeah.
We also have to like zoom out a bit. Because VTubers are essentially content creators at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And our future, if we want to look into our future when we're like a more established niche, we can look into like YouTubers as a whole. And the fact that we don't have like an international YouTuber or an international streamer union yet that I know of, I don't see it happening for VTubers because even if we become a large niche, there's no such thing for our greater content creator brothers, so I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
Though, you know, I'm not knowledgeable about this. Like, I'm so much more on the either on in the trenches of the agencies, or I'm on the art side of things. So I'm not an expert when it comes to this type of thing specifically.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Legal Mindset apparently touched on the subject. Thank you, Katazo. Yeah. Oof. I guess he would know about more than us,
Yeah.
right? He's a lawyer. Zamda, thanks for the yellow golden super chat. The group that made VTubing mainstream in Korea is Easyguy and was started by one of the oldest, biggest YouTubers slash streamer. So the content creator experience definitely helps when you start stuff like this. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling, like I said this back in my videos in my streams back then. When a VTuber agency wants to start, there are two necessary factors. One is the business guy, and two is the creative guy. And the creative guy has to be like a YouTuber or a content creator, like someone that actually experienced it. Like, and the business guy is going to be the one that handles like the legality and the business decisions and like the finances and shit. You put those two together, they can not necessarily cancel each other out, but they can like work with each other to make sure that the actual agency works very well. I mean, that's pretty much the reason why a lot of people, like, you know, consult for like from YouTubers or from people, for content creators that have actually been in the scene. I mean, I told you guys chat this, right? But I'm actually like an outside advisor or a consultant for like a lot of VTuber agencies. Obviously, I'm not gonna say which ones, but I am. It's because I know the industry, and it's only a matter of time before Rima and Yam becomes those people too. Oh shit! Sorry.
Really? I mean, I would say that I think I understand the algorithm and the content creation side of thing pretty well by that point. I don't know if you need to absolutely be a content creator to get it, because I'm thinking of an example right now that would be the exception, I suppose. Like, I'm thinking of the owner of like my agency, and they are so knowledgeable about anything YouTube related, anything about how it works to deal with sponsors, marketing side, numbers, algorithm, and all of that. Like, they know so much. They have like so much wisdom because they've worked with so many creators. So I think, like, even if you're a CEO that starts off not knowing a lot about that side, if you have somebody with you that is good at what they're doing, after a year or two, you're probably as knowledgeable, if not more, than a lot of people, because you can like pull all your knowledge together, and you know, two heads is better than one sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, right? You need a creative
At
and a
the-
business guy.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
the end of the day, I also feel like it highly depends on the CEO's attitude. Someone who's too proud to learn is gonna fail immediately.
Fuck
Right.
Whereas someone who's like, okay, I need to learn what I don't know, and they're okay with hearing criticism, and they're receptive to change from their own talent suggestions, they're gonna go a lot further. I actually think a lot of startup VTuber agencies, the ones we consider like really good agencies now, started as red flag agencies to me. They had quite a few like blunders.
Hololive.
Even Hololive had
Hololive.
blunders in the beginning.
Yeah.
I would say Hololive, you know, if you watch my videos, I had a few red flags I listed that applied to Hololive, such as like hiring minor talents, and you know, like having some things they had to learn, and definitely they had to change over time. And if they don't change, because their CEO is too proud, they're gonna fold.
That's why Yago is the GOAT. The
Yeah.
GOAT. Yep. 100%. Yeah. And I feel like,
There was a time where you told me you were really critical of Hololive.
bro, I hated Hololive. Like I love the
Damn.
talents. I love the talents, but I hated Hololive back in like early 2020. Late 2020, I mean. Like when the Coco stuff happened, I was like, fuck this company. Jesus fucking can't even manage some fucking troll. I was like fuming.
Let's be real though. 2020 was a tough year because we had Mono Alloy and then Coco. Like,
Yep.
it was like you couldn't catch a break as a Holo fan.
No, 100%. Yeah.
And the idol side of Hololive was a lot stronger back in that day.
Yeah. And it's weird. I mean, the fact that they changed means that anybody, well, not just anybody, like it feels like if they can do it, if they can make it through those fucking mishaps, then I feel like there's no real reason anyone in the VTuber agency can't, right? They don't have an excuse, I feel. What do you think? Did I just disappear?
Sorry, I spaced out for
Oh,
a
sorry.
second.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying. If Hololive can change from like one of the worst company, not necessarily one of the worst, but like a bad company that I did not like into like my absolute favorite right now, I feel like any other agency should not have an excuse to also change as well.
Yeah. And again, I think it comes down to upper management. Are they willing to listen and hear why they suck, or are they not receiving criticism? And I think both Hololive and VShojo have like shown to me that they're willing to hear criticism and they're willing to adapt and change to what their fans are saying and what their talents are saying. And if they don't have the willingness to learn, if they double down on their decisions, especially in like public statements, I lose it. I lose interest because I'm just like, all right, hoping my Oshi in your company goes indie, and I'm waiting for that past life, but I'm not going to support you any further. You know, that's just the reality of it.
100%.
That
That's
can
me.
be applied to a lot of aspects of life too. Just having an mindedness to learning.
Yeah.
Yep.
At the end of the day, right? It really is upper management and the CEO. The talents and the lower managers, the personal managers, could be hauling ass, and still fucking fail if those two if the upper people aren't listening or aren't seeing jack shit. It really oof.
Yeah, I mean, unless you have like an extremely large capital, if you're opening a new business, you're gonna have to put your hand to work and micromanage a lot of aspects of it, especially in the first few years. There's no way you can just be totally hands off and just front the money and be like, okay, I'm done. It's just never gonna work. If you have to hire somebody to do every single thing, first of all, you're not in control of the whole production line. You're not in control of the creative aspects, and a lot of things can go wrong, and it's going to cost you 10 times more. So you're going to need to earn like a lot more profit to have the books balanced.
Rico. Sorry. No, it's true though. I've never seen Riku be actually like involved with the stuff that happens in Ijisanji. Meanwhile, fucking Yago comes around, does like photo modeling shoots, goes on like conventions to meet people. Like it's 100%. I agree with you, Rima. I feel like at the end of the day, if you are a VTuber agency, you can't just disassociate yourself easily. You have to be always constantly collaborating with the talents and the managers to keep the agency afloat at that point.
Yeah, just in a professional sense, not
of course, yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't play League with your
No, exactly. I was more thinking of like those agencies, the small ones, where the CEOs think they can just have people do stuff for them.
Oh.
Because I don't know if you necessarily have to be a public figure to be successful. The public CEOs have been a success, like Yago and Sakana, but I don't know if it's
not necessary.
It has to happen as long as behind the scenes you are involved.
Yeah.
I think that's fine with me. You are taking the time to talk to the talents one-on-one or manage them or, if you are somebody that's experienced, you should share that experience with them.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's just oof. Hey man, at the end of the day, some people are just weird. They just want a harem. They don't want to be with their. They don't want to involve themselves with the agency unless it's to play with their harem. You know. Oh, the
I kind of want to start my Eichmann agency slash harem.
Oh fucking
No.
shit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's just Rima starting an Ikemen agency, and it's just a bunch of hot male dudes. Fuck me, man. Oh, you know what? That could actually kind of work. That can actually kind
I
of work.
know, right?
Like the spin that it's your agency and it's your harem, you know? Ooh. Now imagine that's gonna have a lot of because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. A lot of women are going to put themselves in your shoes. Or at least imagine themselves in your shoes. And they can see you as this fucking figure that they aspire to be.
Yeah, I'll be the generic female protagonist from
the blank
those
slate.
visual novels. Yeah, the blank slate.
Yeah. No. Oh, hold on. Let me just read some super chats real quick before
Rima
proceeding.
Stallion agency.
Sorry. The July of Doom in the community comes to mind. Tomahawk PWPT says. Yep. Kato Kito, amazing collab, no questions. Just want to support you and listen and clean my apartment. I hope you're cleaning well and listening well. Hope we entertain
Kato.
you.
Nice, thank you.
Devil Cookie says, "What's your thought on Kyo's new clip?" I didn't watch Kyo's new video, so we don't.
Didn't watch.
Yeah. We'll skip that one for now, Devil Cookie. But again, thanks for the super chat. Katazo says, ask legal. Wait, I already said that. Ask legal. My son is not in the subject. Yes. Rin Daisuke says, I want to say I love Yam's model. Aww.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Oh.
I worked hard on it.
Mm.
It's a labor of love.
How long did it take you to do it from start to finish?
From design concept all the way to the finished model, it was 6 months.
Oh my god. Yeah, it is a
6
labor of
months.
love. You can tell.
Yeah. Jesus.
Well, that's because
Christ.
I have so many toggles, and you know, when you're doing your
Oh.
own model, it's kind of like advertising your services. You want it to be the best thing you've ever done, so that people hire you as a designer.
Yeah.
So there's the pressure is this is your free advertising, so you gotta make it work.
Yeah. 100%.
That's so nice.
This is a message for Rima. Charlie Spur, thanks for the super chat. Rima shows her true colors. Corrupt, wants harem. Hey, you know what? Hey, I would actually appreciate people that show that side of them and are shameless about it. You know?
Well, I study a lot of weird, controversial VTuber case. You stare in the abyss long enough, and the abyss stares back at you.
Yep. No, that does happen. Actually, that does happen. I can't deny that I've had my fair share of instances where I see an absolute scam and think that, oh my god, I should have thought of that. You know, that it kind of does happen sometimes. Obviously, I'm not gonna do it, but the thought is
Whoa!
there.
Are you calling my future agency a scam?
No, what the fuck?
Hasn't even started yet.
Why did you assume I was talking about your agency? No, it's your agency is not gonna be a scam. It's gonna be a scam to
Yeah,
the
it's
people.
gonna be a banger.
Yes.
What?
A banger.
Yeah. Let's stick to that.
Yeah. Zalchurus, thanks for the super chat. So more standard YouTubers becoming VTubers makes sense from a branding perspective, since merchandising and classification is more easier as a VTuber. Yes and no. I mean, I don't necessarily think being a VTuber makes it so that you can sell more merch. It just makes, I think it's just that as a VTuber or a VTuber agency, you're more not obligated, but you're more incentivized to sell merch because people in the scene are very artsy. Like, they appreciate good art. So if they, at least I would hope so, right? I mean, that's my current experience in the VTubing scene right now. So they want to give you support while also having something in return. You're an anime character, and what do anime related merch that sell well? Posters, plushies, stickers, stuff like that. So it makes sense to you really are much incentivized to do that, especially if you're an agency. In your agency, merch is going to be like probably your best revenue stream. I mean, why do you think Nijisanji always does it? Yeah.
I think, like the misconception is, this is a false dichotomy. It's not that VTubers make good merch and YouTubers don't make good merch. A VTuber can have a really sucky brand and really sucky merch, and a YouTuber can have a really good brand and really good merch. You don't just have to sell plushies of your face to have good merchandise. A lot of YouTubers have branding beyond just their face. They'll have an aesthetic that they lean into. They'll have a mascot. They'll have a logo. Those things can be merchandisable. It doesn't necessarily have to be a a model. Like if I was a face creator, I'd probably make plushies of my pets because I could show my pets on camera, and pets are like a big thing about who I am, and I've seen a lot of YouTubers go that direction of making plushies of their pets. Kind of like Jaden Animations. She uses Ari a lot in her branding. JonTron used to use his bird Jacques in his branding a lot.
Yeah.
And then it became too hard to film with Jacques, so he kind of backed away from that. But you can be a YouTuber with a good brand. You can be a VTuber with a bad brand. It's more about branding than for marketability than whether you're a VTuber or not.
100%.
But do you like? How much merch? This is a legit question for you guys. That I've been wondering. How much merch do small agencies are actually able to sell, knowing that this is kind of the main source of income most agencies are gonna run on? Is there a market for that?
I can say yeah. If you've got the let me just think for a sec.
Yeah, repeat the question.
I think this is fine.
Yeah.
I think this is fine. The kind of industry number of when to start merch is 50K on YouTube and 10K on Twitch, depending on like where you're going. So the way smaller agencies will be able to give merch is they work with companies that can produce things on demand rather than have a pre-order that you make the merchandise in bulk and then hope it gets sold. If you can have things printing, like t-shirts can be printed as someone orders it, and then the company who prints the t-shirt can ship it to the person, and the company doesn't even need to get involved in that.
Yeah, it's all made by a third party, but I feel like
Yeah.
usually those revenue split is because you're not handling any part of the production, your revenue split's not that high already. So like it as a main source of income, is this really sustainable for a small agency who's not going to sell a lot of volume in the first place? That's my worry.
Small agencies aren't sustainable.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just in general. But merchandise definitely helps. You'd be surprised at how much people will support their Oshis via merch. Unfortunately, like merch usually has the lowest cut for your VTubers though, so just keep that in mind. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Usually it's okay. It's on brand, Dian.
No, yeah, I've been having frequent hiccups. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But it's very common for agencies to take the biggest cut out of merch because it requires the most work on the agency's part to get merch, assuming they're not going through something like Redbubble, where they literally just upload a design and call it good. Like good merch production is really difficult. It's why I went through a different merch company to get merch to my audience. I guess I can plug my merch. My merch is with Otakuban if you guys want my face on something.
Yeah, it's a great design too. I love that. I love that art.
It's really
of you
cute.
with the violin. It's really cute. I love it.
But it's like it's too hard to do on your own, especially if you're under 50K. I can't like print merch myself unless I get to like the bigger numbers, because
Yeah.
having leftovers is a nightmare, like a logistical nightmare if you don't sell your stock. So yeah, I'm honestly not upset that agencies give a low cut of merch. It's just not something they're very transparent about, which is why I think people were very shocked by the 2% figure in Niji Sanji. I've seen agency contracts that give 0% on merch.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it all has to. Me personally, I think it's gonna have to depend on the fucking scale, right? Like, I mean, obviously, like for smaller VTuber agencies, I think it's more understandable. But for Niji Sanji scale, it's like,
Yeah.
oof, man, oof.
I mean,
Yeah.
if they're asking the livers to promote it on their stream, I feel like that action on its own should have some kind of reward or some kind of pay.
Yeah, as long as you're not having your talents say, "Oh, by buying this, you are supporting me," because that's a lie.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
But saying, there's merch of me here,
That's a good
that's
point.
totally fine.
Mhm.
But if it's marketed like you're supporting the talents through this merch, then and then they get a low cut, I consider that immoral. But
Yeah.
merch with a low split in itself isn't immoral to me, especially if you're just trying to keep a fair split on donations, and that's why your merch cut is so low.
I mean, that's why Kason joined VShojo, right? I think that was like a key part, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
What, that she has like a large cut of the merch?
No, she's going to get like I think if I remember correctly, my memory could be skewed. Okay. I think she said that VShojo gets to own a lot of her all or most of her merch sales, but she keeps the vast majority or all of her streaming revenue.
That
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I feel like if the VTuber in itself doesn't have to do much in terms of the merch or the promotion, I kind of get it. They are using your face on it. That's the part that I'm not so used
but
to.
it's not your face. It's the agency's character.
But in the case of VShojo, it is their face because they get to keep their IPs.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's
I
a
get
case
what
by
you mean.
case
I
now
see.
at this point. Yeah. It really depends on the agency.
Case by case.
Like depends on the agency, the scale of the agency, where they there's a lot of factors to be considered to determine whether or not something is like morally right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, it really depends on the rest of the contract. That's just one piece of the pie.
Yeah.
If they're giving you a really good cut on donations and digital goods, and the way they stay afloat is the merch, I consider that totally a good business model.
I'd be okay with that too, because I feel like when they take a percentage of your cut, it becomes tricky because they're not directly incentivized in doing your stream better. You are working to make your streams better or your videos better. But the merch stuff is something the company would have to put most of the work with. So I find it more understandable that they're keeping a larger portion of it.
Yeah, it depends on them, I guess. Again, it's a lot more complicated than what a lot of people think. It should, and all that sort of stuff. Which is why it's fascinating to unravel the threads, or at least attempt to unravel the threads, Yeah, this is why talks like this is interesting to me. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, Comfy Box, thank you for joining membership. Yeah. So,
Some people are saying in chat that VShojo members get 100% of stream revenue and over 50% of merch. That's
yeah,
such
Giga
a
said, I
good
think,
contract.
yeah, I remember, I think Giga said that. Yeah. But I don't know about the
Wow.
others. I think, again, I think it also has to do with the, how big the talents are and
Oh, yeah.
the weight that they push in V Shoujo.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it depends now, I guess. I guess that's really all I had. That's all the main questions that we prepared, right? I feel like the 10 questions that we wanted to go over is kind of answered just based off our tangents and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys have a lot of questions or some questions for Rima, again, fucking Rima on not Rima. Yeah, well, Rima too. Sorry. Rima and Yam's description links. Wait, what? Sorry, I haven't had slept, so my mind's like
You
scrambled
need
right now.
sleep.
Yeah. Rima and Yam's stuff, their links are in the description. So if you guys like what they talk, if you guys want to hear their insights, they are content creators themselves. You go ahead and go to the description, fucking subscribe to them, bombard them with shit. But if you have questions right now, we'll take like at least a 10-minute something or 10 to 20-minute segment so that we basically ask what chat answers, and then I guess that's going to be the conclusion of the stream.
Yeah.
So I guess for now, I'm going to start this. I'm going to start this because I also have kind of my own question for you. You have like friends that are in VTuber corpos, right? Are some of them still willing to go through audition calls for another agency? Especially with what happened to the smaller corpos that's going on right now and what happened to Niji?
Yes. Specifically, the friends who treat this like a job. They're very career focused. They want to do. They're wanting to enter the entertainment industry. They definitely just they're locked in and they say, you know what, the pros outweigh the cons for me. I'm gonna have a really good lawyer. I'm going to put my best professional foot forward, and even if I have to deal with bad conditions at the beginning, I'm 100% here for it if it means that I can do this as a career. They are on the grind set. They're streaming 5 hours a day. They're not your average indie VTuber.
So they're building, it's in a way
definitely like a cut above the rest.
So in a way, they're also like they're doing this like to build their own portfolio, right? Or CV, or I don't know what it's called. Yeah, like to make so that at the end of the day in the future they can say that they did all this shit and they have the skill and the talents built up along the time that they spent under that agency be something that they can put forward to like better opportunities.
Yes.
Oh.
And that's when I realized that I like being a hobbyist and I like being an indie, because I don't have that same mindset and I don't have that same I don't have the ability to grind like they do. But I could definitely see them, being the next big thing in the industry if they continue the way they are. It's just a matter of them not being taken advantage of too much by a company. But they're either in an agency right now or they've thrown their hat in the ring pretty much every good opportunity that comes their way.
I see. Well, I guess this is a question for both of you. Let's say HoloLive throws you an opportunity. Would you take it? Rima,
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Yam, you made a video. Yeah, I saw your video around it. You said you wouldn't.
But
yeah.
That's just my values. I personally I have a very strong like moral conviction and I'm very modest and I can't be marketed to a romantically parasocial audience at all. I wouldn't be comfortable in a swimsuit, and that's just that's a me thing. I have a whole video on like why that is for me personally, but I totally respect people who can do that and are comfortable with doing that.
How about you, Rima? Would you join HoloLive given that they asked you a contract? I give you a chance.
Hell
I mean.
yeah. I joined to meet my Oshi Yago
Jesus.
and Marine.
Yep. Only joining just so she could meet Marine, and then after she meets Marine, there's literally nothing else to be in Hololive for, and then she just leaves and brings the audience that she brought in Hololive to her PL. Ooh, that's the grind set, brother. Yep. That's the right mindset. Yeah. Where was that? Someone asked an interesting question earlier. Hold on, give me time. I found it. Wait, I'm looking for it. This is for you, Yam. Motordike asks, is it really that common that company VTubers never really see that much in terms of personal revenue, or is that just a blatant self-standard that Niji has set? So he's talking about the 50% thing. Do VTubers automatically all accept that 50% is okay, or is that just something that has become so common to a point where it's okay?
Ooh, good question. I
That's a
mean,
tough
it is
one.
it's very industry standard, but
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's like a fair industry standard or not. Because I was a pre-debut talent for a while, but I never actually debuted with an agency. I left before
Shit hit the fan.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, no. It wasn't their fault. It was more of just a disagreement with how things should be. But I wouldn't call them like a black company or anything. But it was more or less just a I've seen everyone kind of accept 50, but anything higher is preferable. And a lot of the time, what happens is they'll ask you for 50 the first year, but then you have more power to ask for a better cut during contract negotiations the next year if they want to keep you. I know that that's what a lot of people hold out for when they are like, man, this 50 is killing me. But you'd be surprised just how many VTubers have to keep a part-time job just to survive, even in the bigger agencies. That's the hard part.
You think that's what's happening to Niji Sanji right now? Like, you know,
Yeah.
like Vox, let's say Vox may have different contractual terms when he first started, but because he became pretty much the face of Niji Sanji EN, right? Because of how big he is, do you think that Niji Sanji is allowing him to have like better cuts and stuff just to keep him? Is that because that might explain why a lot of the talents that are, you know, part of not necessarily the golden 20, but like part of the big boys are not leaving or refuse to leave? Or
Yeah,
even have
it's
or sorry. No, go ahead.
it's very common for different after the first year, the initial year, it's very common for different VTubers, even in the same generation, to have different terms they negotiated for themselves. Which is part of the reason why NDAs often bar people from comparing contracts, because people have different terms than one another. Which is, you know, questionably legal in the US, at least where I am in California, that is illegal to bar employees from comparing their salaries. But again, they kind of skirt everything by being like, oh, you're not an employee technically, you know. So it's very much a after the first year, even the same generation of talents could have totally different contracts.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I kind of with that in mind, right? It kind of makes sense why a lot of the talents in Neji that are profitable might think that there is no favoritism, or they might not want to leave despite the favoritism or something, you know?
Yeah. It could be that they legitimately think that everyone else, like, oh, why didn't you just negotiate better terms for yourself? I've been told that in this industry. When it's like, I didn't have the leverage you have.
Yeah,
you know?
That's the thing.
So like Vox can negotiate, but the others can't negotiate because they don't have the numbers to have that power. So
It's very possible.
yeah, it's possible. See, we're ratting right now.
Especially, I would say, okay. Yep, I guess this bat is becoming a rat for a second.
Okay.
I would say it's very possible, depending on sponsorships as well. If I don't follow Vox, or anyone. I'm not a Niji girl. Once Yugo left, I left with Yugo, kind of.
Let's go.
but like the one thing I will say is, like, if certain VTubers are getting the sponsorships Niji Sanji wants, or partnerships that Niji Sanji wants, they're gonna have more leverage during contract negotiations to get the things they want. And different talents want different things, and they think of different things to negotiate. Some talents are more bold during contract negotiations. Some of them have a lawyer, and some of them don't. And it really depends. Like, if the talent negotiated and if the company accepted, how the end contract's gonna look. Like, Legal Mindset made a big deal during the entire stream that this is the unsigned default contract. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the contract that a Niji Sanji member 3 years in still has.
Yeah, exactly. I made that point too, yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's common sense, right? But then again, common sense is not really common, at least here in the
On
industry.
the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, because I started in the VTuber industry so young, I didn't know about any of this until I saw it for myself. And it's okay if you don't know things, and it's okay if people were like, yeah, duh. The important thing is that you're educating yourself about it now, and I'm glad that this, out of the unfortunate events, we are seeing people equip themselves with more knowledge and actually looking into the industry that they support and demanding better things for the VTubers they support. That's all a good thing.
Yeah, 100%. More information, more like people that can actually, people that actually know, that's ultimately a net positive. That's going to lead to an overall healthier environment for the industry. And ultimately, I think that's what we want. Because if the industry gets healthier, we get healthier as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Yam. That's an interesting rat there. Well, not as, I don't know. I don't even know if that constitutes as a rat.
I didn't say anything about any specific talent, okay?
Yeah. It's just that, and it's interesting. Yeah. Hold on. Let me just read off some super chats, because if someone had a question. What's your opinion on Uwu Market and Weebcon? Zalt Rees asked. Oh.
I'm not familiar. Like, I've seen
okay.
other people work with them, but I don't know what's their deals or. Yeah.
Uwu Market actually reached out to me to like make my merch, and I had to tell them, no, sorry, I can't make merch of myself because Nosagi is Hololive's IP, and you know what? I'm gonna get fucking sued.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I need to rebrand, bro. I need to get my own model.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to make it. You have to work in IPs and copyrights, right? How much are you? You can change some stuff and make it so it's a new model, but still similar.
Yeah, no, 100%. Legally distinct Nosagi.
I see.
Yeah. Pandoramonium asked, Yam's VTuber agency / group starting when?
I have a video. Actually, next month's video is about the problems with the industry, but then what do we do about it? I want it to be a positive counterpart to my very negative video that came out last week. And something I want to talk about is how to start your own VTuber group and how to network. Because I feel like that's the missing piece of the puzzle that everyone's kind of... they're jumping to agencies for that when they could potentially do it
by
themselves.
Yeah.
If, like, it takes a certain personality type, like my friends who are on the grind and this is their career choice to join an agency, and I believe agencies are a good fit for those types of people. And the rest of people need to form a VTuber group or at least a friend group. I have a
And you are
VTuber
part
group
of one.
sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am part of the VTuber Symphony Orchestra, and I do art direction for them. That is kind
have a
of
great
like my
music video.
contribution.
And
And
go check it out, guys.
yeah, so I love organizing for a VTuber group.
Let's
I love
go.
feeling like I am working towards something bigger than myself that I could never do on my own. And it is a very fulfilling experience to be in a VTuber group, having game nights with other VTubers, having a space where we all have something in common, which is classical music, really made me feel less alone, because alone playing viola as a VTuber is kind of obscure. But when you join a group where everyone's playing instruments, you feel like a lot better about it. So I'm currently designing our uniforms. Yeah, because I'm a character designer. I'm the art director there. So
do you wanna send a link, just so we can
yeah.
for the chat? Yeah.
So they're all gonna. You guys are all gonna have the same outfit, or is it just gonna be
Yes.
for artworks?
It's gonna be for our covers. We're gonna have artworks for
that's
all
cute.
our covers. Everyone in a semi-personalized uniform like Hololive. I was inspired by the fact that they all kind of have their own color scheme and a little pattern about them. So I actually like every uniform's gonna be somewhat personalized to the person, the VTSO member, and it's really cool. Let me find it. We only have one large cover out right now because it literally takes 6 months, but let me find it for you. I'm not a mod, so I can't link it, but I will send it to Nosagi.
Yeah.
Rima.
Yeah, just in the Discord server is fine.
Oh,
That's the hip hop. That's the Lofi. Yep. Teehee.
There we go. There we
Okay,
go.
I'm
We're
going to
all kind of tired.
Yeah. Posting this in chat just so they can put it on. I'm gonna pin it. Yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Interesting
so yeah,
stuff.
I'm a part of a group, and I've learned a lot about how to form a group, and I think groups are a lot better to most VTuber cases, because you get that whole like group experience that everyone wants when they see Hololive Myth. You get to collab with your friends, and you get to market yourself alongside your friends. You get the whole, like, oh, this is our 1st year anniversary together experience that a lot of people see in Hololive and want. But then you don't have the whole business side getting in the way of that and making things a bit tougher. Now, when you try and start an agency with your friends, that's a little bit different. But you know, a whole VTuber group that is very loose and based on volunteer work is very much possible for pretty much everyone. You just need networking skills. So I hope that my next video can teach people how to network, because that's something that I feel like I have gotten good at. I mean, it ended me up on the Depressed Nosagi channel, right?
Yeah, true.
Let's go.
So
You brought us all
yeah.
together too. That's how me and Nuzagi met. So
Yeah?
I'd say you're pretty good at networking.
You actually kind of, even in indirect ways, you kind of brought people together. Rima and I wouldn't have
Yeah.
met without you making that stuff. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it. I just like talking to people, inviting people to Discords. That's the real secret.
Let's go.
The secret sauce.
Hey man. Yep. Lots of people. Hold on. Let me just finish some super chat stuff. Thoughts on Petra 3D having the same day with Holofest? Didn't Petra cancel her 3D for a bit? I actually genuinely forgot. I thought she did. And then it came back up, huh? Well, I mean, in that case, it's teehee, I guess. I don't know why they decided on that. That seems like a suicide move. But then again, Niji and Hollow's fan bases are kind of different at this point. Yeah. Rin Daisuke says, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Rin Daisuke. The other day, I mentioned to my cousin telling me I was a bad guy for hating her husbando Vox. She's 17. Yeah.
Vox's audience. Well, okay. Should I say this?
Hey, it's okay.
I don't know. I don't want anyone to come for me.
You're afraid. No, I don't know. Understandable. You don't want to be in the hit list.
Anyways, let's just say some VTubers, when they have a very intimate audience who is feels very connected parasocially to that person, it is very easy for them to miss red flags, because just like when I said, like, when you're dating someone, it's easy to ignore the red flags because you don't want them to be true.
Yeah.
I would say the same happened for a lot of people supporting their favorite creators. The other thing I will say plays a part in this behavior is I think it is horrible to be wrong on the internet. That's why
True.
people double down. If you are proven wrong, you are enemy number one.
No, yeah, 100%.
I think we need to realize that liking something that's, quote, problematic or has aspects to it that are like not ideal doesn't make you a bad person.
Yeah, no, I
The
agree.
internet
100%.
has definitely polarized this, but it's okay. It's okay to like something that turned out to not be perfect. Like the anime industry. I still love anime, even if I've heard that some of my favorite studios don't have the best working conditions.
Yeah.
I still allow myself to like anime, but I'm also a vocal supporter of studios that have better working conditions. Same with games. I'm not going to stop playing video games because the industry has problems. I wish we could do the same for content creators on an individual level. Like, you know, we've all made mistakes as content creators. And, you know, moving past that and, you know, being able to support a creator who has made mistakes in the past without blindly worshiping them, acknowledging those mistakes, you know, being comfortable still supporting them is important, and shows maturity in my eyes, which 17-year-olds lack. I think the world is a lot more black and white when you're a teenager.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah,
when you're
for
young,
sure.
right? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. But hey, Jesus, I'm young. Am I old? Am I mentally old? I hope so. Teehee. Yeah, no,
I
100%.
mean, yeah. A lot of the mistakes I made early on was just because I was young and stupid. I started VTubing at 20, but I built a PC for VTubing.
Fuck
don't
me.
tell my parents. I mean, so I built a PC both for like school, because the pandemic happened, but also I built it with the specs to allow myself to start VTubing.
Let's go.
Because I wanted to do what Korone was doing. And I just found
Based.
like a tutorial on how to make your art come to life with Live 2D. So, like, I was really naive when I started. I was really naive. I didn't know anything about internet culture. I wasn't on social media before then.
Oh, wow.
I was a casual YouTube enjoyer who happened to get recommended the Korone screaming at soap clip, and
Classic.
I wanted to do it. And so I didn't know about internet tribalism. I didn't know about parasocial relationships. I didn't know about what was problematic versus not on the internet. And I had to learn through mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. Like, as Lorelei Alto, I made horrible choices for myself, and it was through learning those mistakes that I became a lot more professional. And, you know, people regard me for my knowledge, but how do you think I got this knowledge? It was through making mistakes.
Yeah.
I cracked.
Well, yeah, everybody makes mistakes, and you know, I made mistakes too. but that's the problem, is it's very hypercritical, because most people that do criticize content creators on the internet don't see their own mistakes, and they kind of just use it as a scapegoat, as a kind of relief for themselves, to make themselves feel better. The problem when one of the problem of content creation is that when you do a mistake, it's very public and it's amplified, and there's a lot of eyes on you. I remember like Pokemon saying something like, I wish the cycle of making a mistake online and then learning from it was like an easier curve on the internet from time to time.
Yeah.
It gets rough.
I agree. I think making mistakes on the internet is the scariest thing ever.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And you know, I still don't have a perfect like plan of if something happens, what am I gonna do? Because you're kind of, if you apologize, people get mad. If you don't apologize, people get mad. If you apologize too quickly, people get mad. And if you hold off
you take
until
too
you have
long,
the perfect response, people are like, "Oh, scripted," and I'm like, I don't know what to do.
There's no winning.
I think it's the tribalism that causes people to double down and be stubbornly supporting problematic agencies right now, because they feel like they can't be wrong, so they need to dive on that hill, because if they're wrong, they're done. That's the terrifying part.
Yeah. Shit, man. Shit. I mean, hey, as a guy whose mistakes has been out there, that is pretty well known out there. Yeah, man. Fuck me. That's the worst part. If you have you guys made a mistake before that's not just been broadcast but is still like haunting you in multiple fucking ways right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Of course.
That's the worst, isn't it? Like
stuff I've done in high school still haunts me to this day sometimes. I'm like, ugh.
Like even if you
think about it.
Like even if you've moved on from it, other people or there are just factors that hasn't moved on from it. You're still bound by what you've done, even though you'd like to, even though like internally you aren't anymore. That's like another hard part of like making a mistake and moving on and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I know. And I feel like the nice thing about VTubing is being able to rebrand and kind of distance yourself from your past mistakes. Like I said, I did after I realized how the direction of content I was making wasn't serving me and my goals. Lorelei, I had stuff like voice redeems and stuff that, again, I was new to internet culture and I had no idea the implications of what I was doing.
Holy
Despite
shit.
me being 20 years old, I was so sheltered that I didn't know what I was doing. So
did weirdos get to you?
Yes.
Oh shit, yeah, I
And
figured.
I was so confused.
When you said
I was
voice
so
redeems, I
confused,
knew. So, I'm sorry that happened to you.
What's it like a voice redeem? Like they ask you to say something, or
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you asked me
just...
to say Zig Zion yesterday, Nuzagi on stream.
Hey, that was no, that was a joke. Well, like like as a meme. And one, if you're up for it, that was practice, so you can make money off of disconnecting yourself. But that's up to you if you're able to bear it. Teehee. I was training you, Rima. I was training you. Be grateful. Jesus.
I literally had the attitude. I got bitter because I was like, oh man, why do I attract so many weirdos? Not knowing why. I literally didn't know why. And then I had like it clicked in my head moment, and I felt so like weirded out that I just needed to start over.
Oh, understandable.
Like the worst thing was when I had a collab with a bunch of random indie VTubers, and this one indie VTuber wrote spicy fan fiction of me and proceeded to read it out loud on my stream.
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
I had to end stream. That was a turning point for Lorelei Alto. Let me tell you that.
That's so
Um,
You didn't
weird.
like
I-
skim it in your head before reading it out loud. You just discovered what it was as you went on.
No, the streamer was reading it
He
while
didn't
on
give me
stream.
notice.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't understand. My bad.
Jesus.
Or
Fucking
it wasn't a-
flashbanged you with that.
Yes, it was the essential. It was essentially flashing me. It was very uncomfortable, and I had to stop streaming for a while after that. And it was because I was so naive and innocent that I didn't fully understand what was going on. I just had to end stream. So I think young creators make mistakes. You have to realize they're not fully aware of what's happening. They're
Yeah.
learning as they're going. But when people trudge up like 7-year-old VODs or tweets and say, "Oh, this person's bad because this is what they did 7 years ago," if you did that to me, I would say like I absolutely didn't know what I was doing, and I
Well,
I try
yeah.
and give people the same benefit of the doubt.
Oh, 100%.
Like
Like-
so
Bro, even 2 years, I think. Like 2 years in the internet can teach you so much, especially if you're a content creator. Like you're
oh,
not
we
the
must gotta
same.
go.
Oh,
Let's
Well, you guys
say-
can keep
say goodbye to
talking.
me.
I actually gotta go to my. I know I gotta go to my horseback riding classes. I know
Your horseback
people
riding?
keep me on it,
okay.
but yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine,
Alright.
Rima. I mean, we kind of pretty much hit all
Thanks
the
for
main
having
topics
me.
anyway. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Say clap for Rima chat. Bye-bye. Someone wanted.
Bye,
Wait,
Guys,
wait.
Thanks for having me. It was nice talking to you, Yam. and
Yeah.
Mizagi.
yeah,
Mm-mm-mm.
nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Bye-bye.
that's bye, Rima. You can have Yam if you want to remain. You can have Yam's coffee, Rima's coffee, I mean, and her tea, and your
Okay.
tea. Here we go.
Let's go, caffeinated bat.
Yep. Hold on, let me just. Anyway, as we were talking about, wait, what were we talking about?
Making mistakes as a young creator and people trudging them up. You were talking about like even 2 years ago.
Oh,
you
that's
know,
enough
it's-
for change. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I don't know if you agree with that, but I
I
stand by
totally
that.
do.
Oh shit.
You have to, you know, like you have to really scrutinize someone and see if they're actually changing, because if they're not changing, that's a red flag. Like, okay, they said they're gonna change but they're not changing, that's an issue. But if someone is a totally different person than they were 2 years ago, then I'm happy to forgive them. I'm someone who believes in forgiving creators and allowing
True.
them to move on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but-
I feel like that should be the case for a lot of people, but in the internet, I think everybody just wants to be angry.
Yeah, I mean, angry feeds algorithms. Anger
Yeah, true.
and negative things feeds algorithms. My negative videos always do much better than my positive videos, despite I'd say 80% of my backlog is positive, but people know me for talking about agency burnout. They know me for talking about parasocialism. They know me for talking about, you know, the reason why Iris 1.0 got an update.
Yeah.
Those kind of things that are kind of dramatic is the stuff that does well on my channel, despite the majority of my stuff just being about like good character design. Like
Yeah.
that's what I want to make content on.
I guess that's at the end of the day, right? Like I feel like that also ties back into like the pitfall or like the pipeline for when a lot of content creators do, especially when you're news oriented or you're commentary oriented, where at the end of the day, like what Rima said, when you see that your negative videos do well, even though it's like subtle. You don't realize it happening, but you kind of gravitate towards making those kind of content because when there are bigger numbers, that gives you the impression that that's what people want to see. Because obviously
Yeah.
that gets like more numbers, right? but then you get surprised that you're starting to get hated on just because you were doing something that told you in your head that that's what people wanted you to do. So in a lot of people's eyes, that's like, wait, what the fuck, motherfuckers? I did what you guys wanted to me to do, and now you're mad. It's something like that is what a lot
Yeah.
of people, especially in the commentary side of the industry or in the news side of the industry, that's kind of what they experience generally. Yeah.
Right. And I know a lot of people have like different feelings about commenting YouTubers. Um I see like both sides. I see how commentary YouTubers go about their day like off camera.
Mm.
Um just as much as I see on camera because a lot of my friends are commentary VTubers. And it's a hard job. I don't think people realize that. They're like, "Oh yeah, easy money, um easy follows, easy views." But then you see like what a toll big events take on them in this industry, like the Rusia situation. So
Yeah.
many of them were just done. They didn't want to have to talk about it anymore. Their mental health was in the toilet, but they felt like they had to go live because more came out about it, right? Um,
Me.
yeah, you.
Me
I
and
hope you get some sleep tonight.
me and Nijisanji has a toxic, abusive relationship, bro.
Yeah, it's not an easy job, like everyone says. Just because it's a successful industry doesn't mean it's a bad industry. However, I do believe there is like responsibility on the creator side to like 100% try and have integrity with what they're putting out there. Be sure to always talk about what your source was. And if it's just as the channers say, if it's just a rat, you have to say it's just a rat. You can't act like this is the gospel truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because misleading people, like if someone's misled by your channel, even it's not necessarily your fault, but if a lot of people got false information from your channel because of the way you put something, then I would say that's on the creator
Oh
at
no,
that
I
point.
agree.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah, that. But at the end of the day, right? Even if I like, here's the thing about viewers. I think viewers can sometimes, no, not sometimes, can always be something like very stupid. You can give out all sorts of disclaimers, tell them that this is not, this is just a rat. It's unconfirmed. They're still gonna proclaim it as the truth. Like for example, I did I did a watch along, a read along of the Gurat, right? I don't know if you know about the Gurat. Do you?
No.
The Gurat, the grand unifying rat. It's this rat that attempts to attempts to explain the stuff that's happening in Nijisanji. And considering a lot of the past events and a lot of the leaks, the actual confirmed leaks that happened, and it was actually like a rat that made a lot of sense. Legal Mindset actually like also vouched for it. And he wasn't saying that it was true. He was saying that it makes a lot of sense and he wouldn't be surprised that if this was actually true. And I said the same thing. And you know what people were coming out of that, or were getting out of that? They were preaching the Gurat as true and facts because we put light into it. We read it off. We vouched the fact that it can be true, it can't be true. And for some reason, people misconstrue that. I talk about Doki Bird, and some of them, well, for example, this is what happened to False, I would imagine too. Like, we mention bad actors, and then our fan base starts harassing those actors, even though we try to put disclaimers that, hey, we're just talking about these people to laugh at them, or like, to give them well-deserved criticism, because I think there's a difference between like criticism and like actual harassment, right? What I try to do, I always make it so that what I do is actually genuine criticism. If I I won't say anything about anyone unless it's for criticizing their action and how they deal with stuff, rather than criticizing their background or criticizing like personal stuff about their character. And then people
Oh, I was just saying, like, creators gotta be really careful who they name drop. I talk a lot on my channel about things I'm, like, not happy about, but I really rarely ever name drop anything. Like, if you noticed in my red flag VTuber agencies video, I didn't mention a single company that I would consider a red flag agency, and some people got really like mad that I wasn't giving examples, but
Oh,
I didn't want to make a single talent's life harder because they already have it hard enough, you know?
yeah. I mean, I would imagine that's also the same kind of feeling that Salan and like the people that graduated from Nijisanji and isn't saying anything to
Yeah.
hurt their, because they don't want to hurt their friends in the agency, right? So
Exactly.
that's why like they're not. That's why Salen, despite being actually, you know, from what we've seen, fucked by the agency, does never wanted for all of this to come out anyway, because he doesn't want to hurt people. She doesn't want to, you know, shit.
Yeah. And like sometimes like even the commentary VTubers I'm really tight with, I'm just like I wouldn't personally name drop who it was. I would say that this has happened and then I would extrapolate from that if it was me because fan bases will, I don't know, like something in their brain happens with mob mentality or something.
Yeah, they kind of just do what they want. Yeah.
They do what they want no matter what you say. Like, don't go
Yeah.
harass this person. But
Like you
here's
can't
their
control
username.
them.
No.
Yeah, you really try. You really you really can't control your fans. Even the limited control that you do have, it's like finicky. Like if I were to put a number on it, you can probably like only what 20-30% of your fans are the only people that you can control or something. At least,
Yeah.
but that's just me being cynical. I don't actually know. That's just me spitballing numbers. But yeah.
And as I grow, because I'm definitely on the slow growth track. I have a few videos that do well, but you know, in general, I'm getting a few hundred subscribers a month. I'm not like popping off, and I prefer slow growth. I'm not like complaining. But as I grow, it's getting harder and harder to say anything because my audience, they are definitely becoming more of a weaponized type of crowd, and I'm getting scared. Like just like last week when we had the same video idea, I had to like constantly go after my audience saying like, wait, Depressed Osagi and I just had the same idea. Please don't harass Tien. And it's like they had cotton in their ears. It's like they couldn't understand that things
You can have the same idea.
have the same idea and our videos are different enough.
Yeah.
That they can both exist. Because yours is from more of like a general overview, and mine is like the personal experiences from the trenches.
Yeah.
I think both of them are very, very
like there's a direction. The
relevant.
direction to them is different. Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like it's really a lot of people would say that it's basically the same thing. It has the same points, but it's not presented the same way. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like I don't know how many VTuber fans can actually get through my 42-minute video where I talk about like the legal side as a talent. I feel like my video was much more for people, for talents looking to join VTuber agencies.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, but this was the first time that I was like, I don't have control of my fan base, and I'm only at 13k subscribers.
Jesus.
So I can't even, I don't even know what's gonna happen if I get bigger. I hope I don't have like a horribly reactive fan base.
Oh.
Eventually, you know, my small community, my inner community, they're all very positive and supportive because they actually watch my positive and supportive stuff.
Mhm.
But the people who are just there for like the drama and to make drama, they're getting bigger in numbers in my community, and it's scary.
Yeah. I feel that's like ultimately one of the responsibilities, like an unwanted responsibility as a content creator, I guess. That's like one of the things you
Yeah.
sign up for. It's I don't wanna, but you know, I guess I have to. I don't have a choice. It's not like I can't just ignore it.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. Yeah. Uh I guess if you need to go, or if you don't have like anything else you want to talk about, I mean, I don't want to keep you for too long. What do you think?
I need to go in like 40 minutes.
Oh, shit.
At the very latest, but I really want you to take care of yourself and sleep. So,
No, no,
if you
no,
feel
no.
like this is
I'm going to read
No?
some super chats first. Yes.
okay, let's go.
No rest for the rabbit. Yeah, unfortunately. Even if I do, it's like Jesus, man. My outside work and the responsibilities that I have, they're like, Jesus. Yeah. It's rough.
Yeah, and like every time you try to sleep, I can only imagine being like covering current events. I purposefully don't.
It's stressful,
but like
yeah.
every time you go to sleep, you're like, oh, the moment I wake up, there's gonna be something new I have to talk about. Like that would be hard.
Yeah. I mean, hey man, what do
I
you?
can literally
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I can literally like turn my phone off for a week. And since I do monthly uploads,
You can do that?
I can just leave for a week and no one's gonna know. That's like the nice thing about being
Bro,
me.
I can't.
That's why I like the content I make.
Bro, I can't even leave my channel alone for like a day.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm like one of those hermit creators that comes out like once a week to stream, and then I upload one video a month, and you know, that's it. That's all I do. And because I don't mind being a small creator, because again, I'm a hobbyist, I can have a life outside. I have a boyfriend. I can maintain that relationship, and I can like have friends and you know, do art commissions and you know, the other stuff. I much prefer doing that than like current events, because that would stress me the heck out, and I'd already be burnt out.
Yeah, true. A lot of people are already mocking people. See, here's the thing about my chat. They like to mock other people, even themselves. So now they're like, oh my god, immersion! It's like, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Mail on stream, re.
Mail on stream on depressed Nosagis.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you have to go, I won't keep you for long. I still want to do a super chat reading stream before I actually, you know, hit the hay. But I do really appreciate you coming into the stream, sharing your thoughts. That was a lot of valuable insight that you had here. I'm sure chat had a bit of something that they learned in the stream. Yeah.
Aw.
And the
I'm glad.
Yeah, ultimately
it's
that's
not
what we want.
something I would actually talk about on my own channel, but I think it fits a lot more with your own content. Because again, I've been behind the scenes in agencies a lot, and I've never actually talked about my experience on my own channel, besides the Red Flags agency video. So it was nice to put this stuff kind of on a relevant channel.
Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, chat. Again, Yam's channel is on the description, and the stuff that she once shared, her group, her song, it's also pinned in the comments right now. Show some love to the girl, and you know, appreciate her. She's a force in the industry that I think not a lot of people can notice is actually a positive one. Like, she's doing a lot of things behind the scene, like subtle things that not a lot of people feel, but it's like branching out to a lot of opportunities. Again, she's basically the reason why Rima and I even met.
Aw, thank you for the plug.
Yeah.
And thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me onto your channel. It's a huge deal, because I got inspired to start like really dipping into videos because I saw Depressed Nosagi doing it.
I'm a senpai.
So, yeah, senpai Dian. Granted, it was because you made that tier list about like VTuber designs, and I was like, oh,
I'm wrong.
I can do this better.
Nosagi, you are wrong, and I'm gonna make a better one.
A little bit. But
No,
you
that-
know what? That's not your area of expertise.
Yeah,
It's
no.
totally okay.
You can be shameless about that. You can be shameless about that. Yeah, I also do the same. It's like I see a video that's like done like 2 years ago, and I say, I can just recreate this and do this better. And I do. No, don't be afraid. You can say that to me. I'm a very open-minded guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what inspired my first like here's how to design a VTuber video was because I was watching the tier list and I was just like, that's not right.
Yeah, bro, that video got like 71, no, like 72, 73 like to dislike ratio. A lot of people did not like
What?
that. Yeah, it was wild.
It's because you said Kiara's model's bad. I'm kidding.
No, yeah, no, it's actually like multiple things. I said that Ollie's model was bad and that Kiara's OG model is kind of oofed. Yeah, it's 100% because of those. It's a passionate fans, you know. Yep.
Yeah. And it just made me realize, like, oh, Depressed No Soggy can talk about like the industry really well, but this is a untapped niche. Someone talking about the designs. So that's what gave me the idea to start. So thank you.
Hell yeah.
And it's crazy to finally collab with you.
Hell yeah, man.
Because I have looked up to, you know.
I'm a senpai.
Yeah.
I'm a senpai. Yeah.
You are a senpai.
Let's go. Well, I mean, again, I don't want to keep you too much. You don't want to keep you for too long.
Okay.
Yeah, you can leave if you want now. Say your final thoughts with chat.
Okay. Thank you everybody so much for supporting the stream. You can, you know, check out my channel. If you want to hear more about like my experience, like low key in VTuber agencies, I have a video out that's like 42 minutes long about a stuff to avoid in VTuber agencies. You know, whether it be my experiences or my friends, I kind of just mushed them all together so we can't get in trouble, you know? And you know, I hope we can do this again some other time.
Oh, we will. I think we will. Yeah. Yeah. I think we will in the future. So,
Alright.
yeah. Thank you, Yam. Thank you for coming to the stream, and I will see you when we see you. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye bye.
Bye bye. I dropped. I fell to the floor. Hey chat. So it's all of us. It's just us now. Look at this world. Look at this world. Look at this fake world. Oh. Wait. Oh no. Earthquake. Ooh, there's an earthquake. Yeah, chat, you have to excuse my schizophrenia. I'm like super sleep deprived right now. So, for now, I'm just going to read some super chats, and I'm going to bring the chat all the way right here. I'm going to have all this coffee. Actually, you know what? You guys have the coffee, and you guys have the tea. I'm getting the alcohol. Alcohol makes me helps me sleep anyway. So yep. The end, go to sleep. I will go to sleep. Yeah, I will go to sleep tonight. It's like 3 a.m. Yes, but I just want to finish off some super chats, and you know, all that sort of stuff. Kito, I don't know if you're still here, Kito. Kito. Can we know more about Rima's agency? Is there a theme? When will it be announced? Hey man, that's gonna be something you and Rima is gonna talk. I can recommend a lot of things to Rima's agency. Yeah. And a lot of, if she is actually serious, so you know, fucking hell, man. A harem, like an agency just around being Rima's harem, I think can actually work. Like there's a spin in there that I think is interesting. Yeah. That is not tea, that is whiskey. Shh, you're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that. Yam just had one of these. And he didn't know. He didn't know that it was whiskey. Yay, son, you fucking animal. Teehee. Yeah. Devlin Draconis, thanks for the $5 super chat. Passion is a powerful driver, but it's easier to drive passion with hate or negative feelings. Oh, 100%. I said this a long time in the chat too, but I saw this a long time ago. I mean, being hateful, being spiteful, is actually like the best motivator. If you hate yourself, but you direct that energy into hating yourself so much that you want to change, and you actually like work out and like actually get thin or something, or you know, you make the improvements to make it so that you don't want to see that shit that you see in the mirror. You know, I think that's a healthy kind of thing to have. I think rage and passion can be used in different good ways. It really all just has to do with how you use it, how you use that passion, you know? Because it's not a good or a bad thing. Hate for love? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah. Good thing I'm over 21. Oh shit, she's still here. Um, um, uh, hey, hey, this is tea flavored whiskey. Yes, tea. Yes, yeah, tea flavored whiskey. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tea. Quick scatter. I hate myself more than anyone hates me. Bro, nobody hates me, but I hate myself too as well. I get you, Pandora Pam. Well, actually, I don't know if anybody hates me. I'm sure a lot of people in the industry, I think 100% hates me too. And probably some people in my personal life. But nobody hates me worse than I hate myself. So yeah, 100%. I get you, bro. I get you. Mod her? Oh shit, right. Yeah, I need to mod her. Where's the chat right now? Yeah. Wait, fuck, she's gone. Is she? Nosagi rebrand to Otsusagi. Literally means depressed bunny, but without the U on Nosagi. Yeah, that's an interesting. I'm gonna take note of that. Because I'm going to not necessarily change my name, but like the main elements of my name. I'm here? Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm gonna make you a mod. Oh yeah, that way you're easier to spot in chat. Niji sisters are nothing against their self-hate. Yeah, no, 100%, that's true. No depressed now? I mean, I don't know, probably. I think I'd still keep it. I feel like my channel name is probably going to be the same, but my brand is probably going to be different. Like, for example, right? Like, Charlie, Moist Critical. His name is Moist Critical. His brand is Moist Critical. His YouTube channel is named Penguin Z0, but people call him Charlie. I feel like I can pull something like that, pull off something like that. I just have to be smart about it. Yeah. So I'm not gonna change I'm not gonna change my channel name, but I am going to change my brand name. Yeah. So like, I'm probably still going to keep the key word that I'm gonna keep, chat, is Sagi. I want to keep the word Sagi in here. Or at least Usagi. Yeah. Can we call you horse now? Call Rima a horse. That fucking horsewoman. No, I will forever be this bunny creature. Not a bunny boy, a bunny creature. Yes. Actually, you know what? Do I wanna? Oh wait, no. I kind of wanted to leak the design, the character reference sheet that I have for you guys, but then again, I remembered that was supposed to be like a thing for the subathon or the donathon, so I can't leak it right now. I do want to show it though. I really do want to show that. Yeah. As for merch, chat, I really want to talk about merch because I did have a lot of ideas when I started pitching shit to Rima earlier, right? When we did his stream. The interesting part about that is I actually those are some of the things that I've also thought of doing. Not necessarily doing voice chats, but like remember what I said earlier where people can pay me a certain amount of money and I get to have a call with them for like $100 or something, like $60 or something. I've always felt like I could do something like that. Yeah. Shit. So the silhouette? I can't too. I don't have a silhouette version of it. Like I don't have a transparent of it. But it's going to be a woman. Like I'm going to be a Babiniku. Well, no, technically. No. I'm not gonna be a Babiniku. I'm still going to be this rabbit creature, but I'm going to pull a parrot, basically. Like, you know, there's like a woman and I'm just sitting on top of his head. Of her head, I mean. Chest size medium. I'm a medium is premium kind of guy. Yeah. Besides, I can't do male. I can't appeal to the Niji Sisters chat. Or maybe there are women that like me or like my voices and stuff, but you know, I don't have that demographic. I'd rather not appeal to that demographic. The Ninja Sisters, I mean. So if I want to make a brand, I feel like I still kind of want it to be male centric. Although again, having females might be a good thing as well, as you know, as a YouTube channel. I mean, because I'll be honest, I miss my 40%. Like after the Niji Sanji situation, the fact that my audience went from 60-40 to like 18-85-15 kind of made me sad for some reason. It's like, oh man, I lost my female viewer base. Why? And I don't know why. I really don't know why. I feel like it's an ego thing. I feel like I would like a lot of like female audiences because I was thinking of pulling not necessarily a Vox Akuma, but I could have like a very hot male model and I can probably sell merch around that. And it's probably the ego thing. I like to think that my voice is attractive to a few people. So it's kind of weird in a way. But I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Yeah. I mean, you still could. Yeah, I mean, I still could, but it's not going to be as profitable as I make merch out of it. If you need help, if you need design help, you know who to call. I know, yeah, 100%. I know who to call. Yeah. Yeah, that audience is gone. Most female audiences into Niji Sanji. Sorry, fam, they are gone. Yeah? Yeah, 100%. Would you collab with the lawyer for ASMR streams? Oh, 100%. Bro, I would do ASMR as a shitpost. Like, you know, like, imagine if I do an ASMR and it accidentally becomes, like, popular. That would be wild. I am reading controversy about Ramos PL having involved in controversy before meeting Nisanji. A lot of VTubers have some semblance of controversies before joining their companies. I mean, that's one of the appeals of VTubing and joining an agency. You reincarnate, you get to have a second chance at your online career. As a shitpost, that's how it always begins. Yeah, true. True. But then again, oh, actually, you know what? I can't leak my I can't, because I'm so tired. My inhibitions are a little off right now, so I'm thinking of leaking a lot of shit. So I have to express or exercise a little self-control just so I don't leak everything. But yes. Boyfriend discusses news and fucking explodes. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, I can have like a shit post around that too, right? Like I'm into menheros, like as not actual menheros, but like as a thing to consume. I like menheras, right? I can probably post something along the lines of an ASMR where I'm like an abused guy and a menhera is taking advantage of me and something like that. I can see that happening. I can see me doing that. Is that fucked up? Kind of. Is that profitable? Do I see a lot of money in that? Yes. Is it morally questionable? Kind of. Is my morals flexible? Yes. So, Mafu Mafu simulation, yeah. But I can also do, chat, I can pull off some extreme menhera, like, you know, some women, chat, they like to be verbally abused as a fetish. Not actually verbally abused, like in relationships and shit, but like in the internet, you know, as something to consume. Something to consume, you know, just something that they can separate fiction from reality for. A lot of women can want to consume a lot of stuff like that in their fiction. And I'm thinking of maybe not like shitpost ironically, like catering to that and see the reception. I'm also thinking of ironically appealing to Coomers by, you know, with my model or something. But then again, it's all in the drawing phase. Nothing's set in stone yet. I really have to think about a lot of things. Because, you know, at the end of the day, right, I have to think about myself and what's profitable for me. And what Rima said, you stare long into the abyss and the abyss gazes back at you. Like, I have the idea, chat, I think it's not uncommon to a lot of people. When they see a scam being pulled, they see people gaining a shit ton of money in, let's say, morally bankrupt ways. they kind of go, oh shit, I should have thought of the same thing, but planned it harder. I'm not saying that it's good to scam people. It's just that it's easy for people to start thinking of bad stuff when they cover bad stuff. You know? And you know what? That applies to not just Rima, that applies to everyone, including me. Riandere tortures you. ASMR is a thing. I am not sure how well it would work in the opposite direction, though. Yeah? The opposite gender is the same, though. Yandere boyfriend tortures you is also a thing. Usagi scam confirmed. No, chat, I'm not gonna scam you guys. I'm not gonna scam you guys, but I am thinking of doing a joke scam as a shitpost. You know? Like, I'm not gonna sell you crypto. Jesus. I've seen both versions. Oh shit. That's what a scammer would say. Yeah, that's true. So, okay, so I'm going to say that I'm gonna scam you guys. I am gonna scam you guys. You are going to be eating a shit ton of Nijisanji and VTuber drama, and in return, you are obligated to be in this chat right now. You are obligated to give me like red super chats every single time. That would actually be funny, like a satire scam or something. Yeah, bro. Like, here's the thing. Remember the fucking VTuber awards held by Filian? Do you guys have any idea how much I wanted to open a gambling ring? Holy fuck, man. I wanted to pull a gambling ring. Like, a gambling website, and then I get like, what, 3%, 5% of all of the transactions? Fuck me, man. Do you guys have any idea how much I wanted to do that? But then again, yeah, fuck. Such a lost opportunity there. But you know what? Maybe in the future I can pull off something like that. Chat, here's the thing. VTubing, I still love VTubers, right? So I have to pull off my scams and I have to pull off my morally bankrupt monetary decisions away from VTubing. I'm not gonna scam anyone, but I will make some stuff more, let's say, I will make some terms more like appealing to me or more beneficial to me when I make a deal. At the end of the day, I feel like that's what you have to do, right? Like what that other super chatter said. You can't get up in life being generous and honest. You kind of have to lie. You kind of have to exaggerate. You kind of have to do some stuff that you may not agree with just to get by and just to succeed. And chat, I think I told you guys before, I grew up in a tough environment. Bro, I had to fucking steal from people. I had to beat people up just to get stuff done or just to establish my presence or to feel, not necessarily feel wanted or feel like I belong, but just to make myself be there, you know? To feel that I am relevant, I had to do, or to feel like I had to survive, I had to do some fucked up shit back in the day. I know myself that I am capable of doing some fucked up things if I really wanted to. The only reason why I'm not is because of my morals. But if push comes to shove, I will 100% do fucked up things. I'm going to be the one that will tell you guys that. Okabe Rintaro, thanks for the golden super chat. This is the best I can do. I need money for buying merch of Holofest Expo. It's red if you're colorblind. Yeah, true. No, man. Yeah, 100%. You guys do fucking save for Holofest because it's coming in the next few days. I wish I was in Japan for that, but not right now. I once had an OF because I needed money fast. Hey, man, no shame in that. No shame in that, Rin Daisuke. Daisuke. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. We do a lot of the stuff that we don't want to do just to get by. And a lot of people, and the people that say, or the people that damn that chat, the people that say, oh my god, you fucking morally bankrupt motherfucker, shit like that, those are the kinds of people who hasn't struggled. Those are the kinds of people that have been in their high horses, fucking raised by a rich family or a relatively, like, you know, well-off family. They don't have to struggle. They don't have to think about the next rent or to get food for the next few weeks. Those are the kinds of people that just don't get it. Those are the kind of people that you don't want to cater to or you don't want to please. Because those people are assholes. Bro, if I was a hot woman, bro, I would pull off a fucking OnlyFans or a Fansly. I would, 100%. From the get-go, I would. I would work out. I would intentionally lie to people that I don't have a boyfriend. I would probably do the same thing that a lot of Hololive members are doing right now. I would. Yeah. Jesus, man. I'll take and not something to brag about? You mean like, I'm not necessarily bragging about that. I'm not necessarily bragging about being practical. It's just more so some people are forced to do it. And if people are forced to do it, I think it's okay. There are lines that you can cross. But there are lines that you shouldn't cross, obviously. But I get certain decisions when they have to be done. Again, this is... I guess Vox is the best example for this. When Vox did the whole thing of being scared of his whole fan base, of defending his whole fan base, obviously I did not approve of what he was doing, but I get it. I got it. The guy is new. Guy doesn't know how to deal all of this yet. He went from a relatively unstable lifestyle to now a lifestyle that is more, let's say, luxurious. And the reason why he got there is because of his fans. So if he displeases his fans, not only will that be an act on betrayal on his morals and what he feels for his fan base, but it'll also hit his income, his baseline. Again, I don't necessarily agree with what Vox did, but I think people were too harsh on him for that. Yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, chat, people look after themselves. There are lines you shouldn't cross. There are lines you shouldn't cross, but if nobody is stopping you, if you can pull off an OnlyFans, if you have a hot body and you have to pull an OnlyFans just to get by, just to put food on the table, there are going to be some consequences to that. You have to understand that there's going to be some consequences to that. Maybe your parents probably won't be proud, but our brains, the human brain, it's wired to do whatever it takes to survive. That's how we are as human beings. And I feel like the more that we try to deny that, the more that we become not necessarily less humans, but you know, more cruel, I guess. OF is oversaturated anyway. If you join in for a quick buck, you're gonna get very disappointed. Oh yeah, no, 100%. 100%. How about start being an NSFW to survive? I mean, again, that's fine. I mean, hey man, a lot of people go into NSFW just to earn a quick buck without needing to. So it's like, it's you know, yeah. Same, I was born from an abuser and disowned for her crimes. Both mom and stepdad failed to help with general life stuff. That's when I learned I only have myself to look after. Yeah, man. At the end of the day, you take care of yourself. Yeah. You really just have to take care of yourself. And sometimes when you take care of yourself, that comes with the cost of disappointing people. That comes with the cost of sacrificing your pride, sacrificing or even betraying other people. Yeah. Yeah. Is that fine? Depends on the case, but I'm not gonna berate you for that. Yeah. DN, some guys earn cause AI in OnlyFans, bro. Oh shit, yeah. No, that's an entirely different thing. That's something that I don't like. If people take advantage of shit like that because, you know, not out of a necessity, but because they just want to earn money. Like, I hate scammers, chat. I fucking hate these fucking billionaire scammers, like fucking Dan Locke, the people that open up courses for useless shit. I hate that. You know what I don't hate? People that rob to feed their family. Is that wrong? Of course it does. Do I condone it? No. But I'm not gonna hate you just because you had to do things. Because I was in that situation. I get it. Again, chat, I'm not advocating for the things that I'm saying right now. But if you do it, I'm not gonna hate you. I'm not gonna blame you. Ugh, shit. Excuse me. Desperate people does it also. Same goes to TikTok. Steal content, post on other platform. It depends. It really depends. Scammers don't fight fair like robbers. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's the whole thing about what Yam said the other day, right? The world isn't black and white. The world isn't black and white. It's like a super gray thing. I learned that from a young age. Chat, I'm like 22. Like, I'm relatively young. At least in the VTubing space, 22 is like relatively young. And I feel like with the amount of people that I've talked to behind the scenes, a lot of them are still starry-eyed and a lot of them are older. Younger, I mean. They still have beliefs that they don't want to factor in other nuances. They have black and white beliefs and shit. I feel old being 22. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. I feel old being 35, Rinda. It's like, yeah. Sometimes it does happen like that. Yeah. Think the internet sometimes doesn't realize how nuanced these subjects are. Well, yeah, because the internet doesn't want to. Yeah. Baby DN, and yeah, I agree. The maturity level of VTuber is on the lower side. Oh shit, Yam's still here. Hi, Yam. Honestly, I thought you were gone. I thought you were gone. Yeah. Yeah, I am a baby. I really am just still a baby. Yeah. At least here in the industry. I'm eating lunch? Oh, right. Yeah. It's like, she's like PSC. I forgot. Yeah. Maybe it's because of that grayness that they want to see things black and white. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, the brain is also kind of wired to think that way. The brain automatically simplifies things. Thinking about the complicated stuff is tiring and stressful. So they'd rather simplify it so that it's easier to understand, so it's easier to pick a side, so it's easier to form a community. Chat, you don't easily find a community when you're a nuanced person. You don't find friends easily or a community easily when you're like fence sitting or like when you're in a side where you get both sides. There's a reason why it's so easy in the internet to, let's say radicalize people, to make anything become you're either with us or against us, that kind of shit. That's very common. And I think it's because people are just wired that way. Mr. Pay Nico, the motherless, thanks for joining in the rabbit hole. Yeah. Someone had to remind people that there are still some objectively good and bad things or something. Oh, yeah, I mean, 100%. There are fucking 100% good and bad things. Yeah. Yeah, because fence sitting is cringe and shows you have no real principles or firmly held beliefs. I mean, that's the meaning of fence sitting, but the kind of fence sitting that I'm talking about is like when you understand that that a certain subject is complicated. Obviously, you have a side, but you don't necessarily have to go against the other side or hate on something hard. Also, holy shit, thank you for the fat 50 raid. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Not raid, sorry, gifts. Chat, say thank you for the 50 giver. And another one. And that's another one. From Mr. Pay Nico, the motherless. Holy shit. Now that's 100. Say thank you to everybody that got, given. Thank you a lot. And thank you for, in behalf of the chat, thank you. Teehee. He makes me feel poor sometimes. Yeah? Yeah. Sometimes I wish I could do the same for the people that I support, honestly. Yeah. But chat, here's the thing. It's hard for me. Okay, I'm gonna be a little open with you here. This isn't necessarily oversharing because I shared this a long time in chat. It's hard for me to support the people or the VTubers that I like openly. Especially in Twitter. Oh my god, especially on Twitter. Like, I can't comment over on people's things directly. I can't mention them on videos, at least unless they're relevant. I can't retweet their stuff. I can't like on their stuff anymore because how do I want to say this? Because I'm volatile? I'm volatile? Just make burner, dude. Here's the thing. I that's what I do right now. That's what I do right now. I have a burner account where I can comment when, for example, like on a Pecora concert or like on a massive live stream or something, and I want people to engage with me. I actually go on a burner account of my Oshis and my favorite content creators just so I can, interact with them. Of course, I can use my depressed Nosagi stuff on non-VTuber content creators, but under VTubing I can't do that. But it's different because it's very selfish and it's also kind of weird. I recognize it is kind of weird. I kind of want content creators to know that depressed Nusagi is the one that commented on this, that retweeted on this, and stuff like that. I want to do that, but I can't because I'm volatile. Yeah, Sayu said the same thing. The reason why Sayu and I vibe is because Sayu and I are in a similar circumstance, where Sayu is like acquaintances or in good terms with a lot of people behind the scene, and I am the case, but we can't make a lot of these relationships or these acquaintances be known to the public because we're volatile figures. Sayu Sayu is like redeemed right now, obviously. Like Sayu is redeemed right now because of the Nijisanji stuff. But me, unless it completely becomes okay for I know that the past life taboo is getting like broken right now, chat, but not completely. I'm still like in people's bad list because of that. So unless that one part, that taboo is broken, I'm still a volatile figure. I am still a volatile figure. So yeah, I can really only comment, I can really only engage with the people that is okay interacting with me online. So like Sayu, Kyo, not False, Rima, like Yam, like all those other stuff, Pankalopi. I appreciate these people a lot. They're like a special tier of friends to me. Kyo, no, not Kyo, like Kyo, the bunny guy. Yeah. So I appreciate those friends a lot because they're the ones that were willing to quote unquote willing to sacrifice their brand just to associate themselves with me, to carry that brand risk. And that's like a low bar to entry to earn my deep respect and friendship, but to me it means a lot. That's why I'm like, for these people, I'm actually ride or die for these people. Like anything happens to Kyo, anything happens to Rima, anything happens to Yam or anything, they might say the N-word, they might have murdered someone, they might have done anything cancelable. I don't care. You've been kind to me, I will be kind to you. You've sacrificed, or not necessarily, you've risked yourself to be associated with me, I will risk myself to be associated with you. You've been there for me at my lowest, I will be there for you at your lowest as well. That sort of stuff. Yeah. So I'm ride or die for my friends in the industry, or at least the ones that openly associate with me, because it's rare to find those kinds of people. Yeah. The N help gonna bury a body. Hey man, yep. I mean, that's gonna be impossible because they're living literally on a separate continent, but yeah. I did get a little backlash on Twitter for the collab, but honestly, good riddance. I'm here for second chances and building bridges. Aw, thank you, Yam. Yeah, I appreciate you, Yam. Yeah. But see, even Yam gets like a lot of people gets like some semblance of backlash when they quote unquote associate themselves with me. You might think that, chat, here's the thing. You might think that nobody cares anymore, or that let's say the backlash is minimal now. That's not really the case. People still DM me. People still like send me emails. People still like leave comments on my shit. And again, even though they're fewer than what it used to, it still sticks in my head. You know that whole thing where you read 1,000 good comments and you read one negative comment, and the negative comment is going to be the one that sticks out? That's true. Yeah. Watodale, thanks for the super chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you were cancelled, didn't the people who were canceling you over exaggerate / lie about what exactly your Patreon had? Yeah, a lot of them did. A lot of them were saying shit that I had fucking personal information in there, like actual doxable information. And yeah. Thank you, Robed Enderman. Drama tubers are like the paparazzi in this sphere. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Some of them are, at least. I try not to. Well, in the Jisanji's case, I kinda do. But, yeah. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. One misdeed affects the world more than 10 good deeds. No, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. I mean, again, there are a lot of nuances to why I got cancelled, to why a lot of people still hate me. And some of them are good reasons. Some of them are good, let's say, good, you know, like valid reasons to get upset about. And I understand that. But there are also reasons that are bad, that I don't deserve, that I don't think I deserve. But you know what? I've made my bed. It's fine. And I think I think the biggest factor, or the two biggest consequences of that whole thing, and what's still follow me right now, is sponsorship opportunities and business opportunities, and being able to communicate with my friends publicly. Chat, you have no idea how many people I'm friends with in the industry, or acquaintances rather. I talk a lot to behind the scenes figures. I just can't make my association with them publicly known, because one, some people asked for that because they don't, you know, their brand, they have a brand to protect, which I understand. Again, you kind of have to look after your own. And then the other one is that again, I've said this in the past before, a lot of agencies wanted to sponsor me back then. Now nobody does. Fucking Kyo gets sponsorships. Toledo gets sponsorships from VTuber agencies and watch-alongs and shit like that. I don't. Not anymore. And the people that do actually get those sponsorships, they kinda... And when agencies do actually give me sponsorships, they kinda just... like... retract it at the last minute or something. When that happened, weren't you still a child essentially? It was like close to 2 years ago, so like 1.5 years, yeah. The Eminence in Shadow, something like that, yeah. To be fair, putting it behind Patreon can make people assume the worst. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I put it on Patreon not because I wanted to monetize off of it. It's because I had to like corral it. I have to gatekeep it. How else am I supposed to make, you know, I want to make it so that people can't find it easily. But then again, that I understand that doing that can easily make people believe that I did that because I was greedy and I wanted to monetize off of doxing information, quote unquote. So I get that, but yeah, 100%. Lois goes on. I mean, have you seen the kind of content you make? I like watching you, but it makes sense it's hard to sponsor you. Bro, if that's the case, why does fucking Kyo get sponsors and not me? I mean, I'm not gonna... I guess this is not necessarily gonna throw shade at Kyo here, but it feels like when it comes to, like, outrageous or clickbait videos, my personal opinion is that he does it, like, a couple times, you know, the degree that he does it is a bit worse than I do. You know? You know? Jesus. Sorry. I suppose that's why the Discord will be completely free. Yeah, that's also part of the reason why the Discord is going to be completely free. Because, again, my Discord is not gonna have past life information and stuff like that. It's just solely VTuber stuff. The only past life information that's gonna be there is if the VTuber allows it. That's gonna be it. And I'm still building that, by the way. I'm still building that. DN, you're probably on an automated list for sponsorship. Yeah, I'm probably in a blacklist. True. When open? Oh shit, yeah, I didn't open it right. I forgot. I was supposed to have like a moderator call like yesterday, but I forgot. Hold on. I'm going to put out my link then. I feel like it's okay to invite a few people in. Wait, chat. Wait, chat. It's still bare bones, so do understand. So, hold on, give me a second. Jesus fucking Christ, why won't it? Here we go. So, I'm going to make a separate post for members. Because my members, I'm going to make a mod call. Yeah. You know, rebranding UR might help with the sponsor. I hope so. That's why I intend to rebrand. Yeah. Don't worry. I intend to rebrand. Hold on. Oh yeah, we have a lot of people coming in here now. I see you all in the Discord. I have a whitelist of VTuber past lives I approve in my Discord. All the other past lives I don't approve of are forbidden from being mentioned. That's worked well with me and my community. Yeah, I hope I can do something like that. Yeah. Why don't make another only discuss positive topic about a VTuber? Yeah, I'd like to do that one day. Oh, not one day, in my next video. I mean, the next video is actually, at least the one that I'm working on right now, it's actually positive, which is rare. But, you know, yeah. We'll be fine. At least I hope so. Gonna be a lot of positive stuff with HoloFest coming up. I hope so. Honestly, chat, I just want Nijisanjis to stop fucking up. Just so I can take a break. Yeah. Because honestly, chat, the only reason, or not necessarily the only reason, but the big reason why I'm even still pursuing Nijisanji drama and content is because the fear of missing out. Because, chat, we saw False ID, we saw Kyo's videos, the super chats and the viewership that Legal Mindset has, and the super chats that I get and Rima gets whenever he talks about Nijisanji, they're wild. They're big. And so that's why, like, that's like a big factor as to why when something around Nijisanji happens, I kind of eat it up and like farm it because it's profitable. So yeah, that's just me being greedy. But I'm tired of doing Niji drama. I want to ride the wave, but I'd appreciate it if the wave stops too. Yeah. You have to grind when you can. Yeah, that's my mindset. Dude, you just got 100 members. Yeah? Yep, there's a lot of people in the Discord right now. Yep. Lots of people in the Discord. Let's go. Trying to get off the ride. You know, chat, the end game for me personally is just me not necessarily retiring off of YouTube, but like slowing down on YouTube content just so I can pursue behind the scenes activities. I feel like that's where I'm good at, and that's eventually going to be what I want to do in the future. Wait, how do I even get in? Oh shit, yeah, the link in the hold on, the link, the Discord link. Again, members are going to have a separate mod call because I really do need help with this, as well as help with like information, you know, compiling information. Yeah. So as you can see here, there's a lot of stuff that I'm still building. So it's not finished yet. So I don't, aside from this stream and on my members, I don't intend to announce that it's open until it actually is open. Yeah. Legally Minded has been eating good lately. Yep. He has. Fuck me, bro. He's like the most high super chat earner this week. Become a hermit once a month creator like me. I can't do that. Yeah, if I do that, my channel dies. And I don't get money. It's scared because it's scary because I'm used to getting the amount of money and the amount of attention that I receive from you guys over on YouTube and on my videos. If there's a month that attention and that money dwindles, I kind of not necessarily panic, but I get sad. It's like, oh, I earned like $300 lesser than I earned last month. I'm gonna get depressed for the next 4 days or something and then cry about it. I need to formulate the next goal or something. I hope the next Niji drama or the next holo drama happens so I can form it. Yep. Hey, Iris got a 1 million subs. Yeah, she did. She did. You're one to talk. You're always depressed. It's the southern name. Yeah? Yeah. I don't want any more drama, funnily enough. Hey man, same. Same. It's hard to focus on positive content if the positive news are not worth like it's not worth investing into. That's like a pitfall in content creators. Like positive news is good. Kyo and False, especially False, does cover as much positive news as he can, but his headline is always going to be negative news, and that's for good reason. Drama sells. But even if it's like positive news, like let's say a good thing happens, like a HoloFest happens or something, like HoloFest, the stuff that's happening in HoloFest. I'm going to make a stream about it. I'm not going to make as much super chats or going to get as much viewerships. But if the next Niji Sanji Yab happens, it's going to rain a shit ton of super chats and gonna rain a shit ton of views. See what I mean? That's not me being greedy. Well, it kinda is. But that's like, again, that's like a common pitfall that a lot of content creators do. And you know what? I fell into it. I think having an IRL thing to do of YouTube outside of YouTube be good. Yeah, I do have. I actually, without memeing or joking, I actually do have a lot of things to do on YouTube. I spend most of my time away from the internet. Yeah. Algorithm forces that on you a lot of the times. Yeah. Yeah. The algorithm takes and the algorithm gives. That's what they say. To be fair, there's a lot more to talk about in drama than in good news. Even if it's big, amazing news, the story will be told, then it's over. Yeah? 100%. So, I guess it's 4 a.m. chat. I guess that's going to be it for tonight. I am going to pass out. Again, I haven't slept for too long. But, again, I appreciate everything. Every one of you guys here. I appreciate the chats, the membership donos, and the people joining the membership. I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate everything. And my thing right now, my Discord, there's a lot of people joining. So I hope it's going to be fine. I don't know what Discord does if there's like a sudden influx of members, but I think we'll be okay, right? Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Yeah. I hope you guys don't cause any trouble in the Discord while I'm away, or the hard work that the staff makers that I did is going to collapse. So anyway, chat, that's really all about it. Again, thank you for everything. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the members. Thank you for the donos on Throne. Thank you for everything. Yes. And I will see you. I don't know when I'll see you, honestly. Until the next stream, I guess. Wait, no. Yeah, I will see you on the next fucking stream that Rima and Parrot and I will have, which is gonna be a drinking stream, which honestly I need to relax. Yeah, But anyway, that's really it, chat. Bye bye. I'm going to sleep now. Bye bye. See ya. Bye bye. Bye bye.